Yeah.
All right. Bob Flory.
Yeah.
Darlene Dow.
She said here.
She's in the room. Someone needs to let me know.
She's here.
Is she there?
Yes.
All right.
Here.
Leslie Hunt.
Here.
Ron Galumbo.
He's here.
Vincent Anderson.
Here.
Jack Alexander.
He's here.
Okay. I'm sorry, I got out of order. Joe Durrell.
Yes, here.
He's here.
Bernie Crane.
Here. Yeah, here.
Yeah. Burton Weiss.
Here.
Ed Tilson.
He's here.
Okay. Mary Carbiner.
She is here.
Brett Limback.
Here. He is here.
Robin Tomafi.
Here.
Jim Hammett.
Here.
Mary Brown.
Here.
Ed Janulius. He's here.
He's here.
All right. Brooke, I saw your name. You here?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm here. And Kent Patterson said we could just read his report. He wouldn't be coming.
That's fine.
Who else is there that I haven't called? I called all the directors.
We do have a guest of Amy Brown, Amy Brooke,
That's right.
Amy.
Yeah, she's up. I'm sorry, Amy. I'm looking at you. I know you're there.
And we have a couple guests in the back. So,
And I'm here, Geraldine Sennett.
Oh, Geraldine. Yes, I saw your name. Very good.
super.
Dawn, are you there with Joel?
Yeah, Dawn's here.
Okay.
All right, so do we just
Is
start?
John Perry there? He said he was coming. John Perry? No? Okay.
Yeah,
I
he's
saw
here.
him go in the room.
Oh, he is here. Okay.
He is here.
All right.
And Judy's here.
Judy, you're already there. Very good. And Sharon, I saw it. Sharon Weiss, I saw you up. You're here, right?
Oh, she's not here.
Oh, she's not.
Correct.
Okay.
And whose phone is this? This 314? Are you in there twice?
That's Burton. Me, Burton.
Oh, so your phone's in there twice? Okay.
I am.
Maybe.
I got out. I got back in. I guess I never got out the first time.
Okay. I'll just kick you out. There we go.
Okay.
That's gotta be your problem. Everybody else is connected, aren't they? All the audio went off. Did somebody mute everybody?
No, I can hear you, Ed.
Okay. All directors are here. All directors are here, so that's good. Okay, so a couple of just housekeeping here. I'm gonna consider with doing talking and stuff, mask will be optional as long as you maintain approximately 6 feet social distancing, which we seem to be doing. There is disinfectant on the table there, and there are masks if you want to see it. And I recommend if you're not feeling real good, take your temperature and see if you're coming down with something. Otherwise, your temperature is not. So that's how we stand with logistics. So, Any other questions? So Jan, is the best thing to do is start with the reports?
Yeah, I think we usually vote
Yes.
officially to accept the minutes from last year, from 2019. Is that correct? I mean, yeah, from 2019.
Well, I have to have volume. Who's got the feedback? Is that you? Yeah, that ain't working, man. Yeah.
How's that?
Testing, 1, 2, 3. It's acceptable. Yeah, and a couple, this is gonna be a little tough. It's gonna be a learning process. So I do ask that we maintain some Robert's Rules of Order as far as if you want to be acknowledged, try raising your hand. If I don't see you, I'm not opposed to say, Ed, I got my hand raised. I'll say, okay, we'll put you in a queue. You might get to you then or get to you in a few seconds later. But give it just a few minutes and stuff. You're not on here because you're showing Ryan Colombo on here. So is Jack. Okay. So, look at your computer. You're not showing anything? Oh. Okay. Yeah, you're not showing being on, Mary, but Ryan and Jack are. All right. So anyway,
Ed, this is Jan. Can I speak?
yes, ma'am. Please.
Amy is at the airport waiting to get on her flight and she wants to introduce herself. Would this be a good time to
Let's
do
do that
that?
right now, Jan.
Okay.
So for some of you people know, Amy is going to take over as the education, the show education committee chairman in place of Diane Kubitz, and she wanted to introduce herself. So go ahead, Amy. It's up to you.
Hi, everyone. I hope everyone already knows me. If you don't, feel free to send me an email, get to know you. Judges education went really well this last weekend. We had 4 participants, 4 judges that seemed like they got our breed really well. I have lots of recommendations from those judges, and I have a couple ideas to get together with the Judges Education Committee on going forward. And just so you all know, Diana is still going to be playing a very important role in this committee, and I'm call myself her arms and her legs and her voice when she cannot speak. So everything will still be really directed by Diana. I use her as my guideline very much so. But I'm thankful to be here, open to anyone's ideas or suggestions. And I'm so honored that we have such a great judges education team already to be working with.
Thank you, Amy. That was great. We appreciate you taking the time.
I look forward to it. I've been involved with this breed, you guys know, since I was a little girl. So it's a breed that's near and dear to my heart. My parents didn't necessarily breed a lot of dogs, but we definitely went to those field trial grounds and picked out some dogs that needed to be dual champions. So that is what my goal is in judges education, educate them what our dogs are bred to do and what they'll see when they judge them in the ring.
Excellent.
Okay.
Very nice to meet everyone, and
Yeah,
thank you for letting me zoom in.
Safe journey home.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Jan, how you want to go through the reports or
If you want me to,
or you want me to? Either one.
well,
Oh, yeah. That's right. All right, so the first thing we have to do is we have to approve the minutes of the last year's board meeting. So the first question is there any corrections or comments about the, I can read them if you want, but I prefer I didn't have to.
do you want to take a roll call vote or just everybody say, yeah?
Mary's motion to accept the board minutes and Darlene has seconded it.
Okay.
All in
Uh,
favor?
Yeah, I would just do a voice. Everybody agree?
Any opposed? All right, it carries.
All right.
Let's go through the reports. We'll sort of probably not read them verbatim, but highlight some important stuff. Is that okay, Jan?
Yeah, I think, Ed, I'm just about as new to this as you are.
Okay,
so-
okay, I'll take care of it then. Okay, so we're gonna start with my report. I will put it in that I recently got the neck brace off and I only can look to the left and to the right, very limited, and I'm still working in therapy. So this pandemic situation, man, snuck up on us quickly right out by mid-March and shut down a lot of trials. Luckily for us, the trials that have occurred in the fall. My biggest fear is always coming out of these trials with some sort of pandemic. Like 8 people got COVID. So I do at this trial ask that we maintain the COVID-19 standards and keep from getting this thing spread at all. Going forward, and we're going to talk about this later, but is participation. We have our challenges in participation. Right now, we need a first vice president, a third vice president, and we might have a third vice president, and then a fourth vice president. I've needed a dog of the year chairman for a couple of years. Donations, the show's sort of taken it upon themselves to do some donations independently, but it hasn't been coordinated by any central person. So we need that. The national, all age and the gun dog at Boonville has very limited fundraising going on now. We did get some done at Ionia, thanks to Ryan Colombo's wife did a raffle on some items and got us a little money. But anyway, going down, and we'll talk about this during the course of the day. Of course, we need a magazine editor. It's real critical. Bob's done a great job for many years, but wants to move on. So with that, I'm just going to say, and again, we'll have more discussions during the next 8 hours on this. So, yes. You know what? You guys are funny. I love you that you're board members. Then you come to the only meeting we have a year and say, well, can we get it done by lunch? I mean, look at his book. Plus, if you really go through the policy manual and everything, there's a lot of work to do. But anyway, I'm just spewing off here. Any questions about my report? Did you get a chance to talk about it? No, I did not. So I have to do that. Bob, I need to call you later today or tomorrow. I'm having spotted phone reception out here. I'm real disappointed. I changed carriers and the stupidest mistake I made. So, all right. So the next report was from Kent, and I'm not going to read it all, but he sort of said that both 2019 went well and 2020 is anticipated going well. I know for a fact he's got these challenges with the COVID-19 that he's dealing with. And we have some limited fundraising going on, but everything seems to be coming together. And I was amazed at the entry level we got this year. So I'm good on that. Any questions on Kent's? Okay, moving right along. Jerry wrote a long but very, Jerry Conklin on the second vice president on membership, wrote a long one with some statistics in it, and I thought it was very good. Of course, she does highlight the fact that we're losing members. You know, I'm not surprised on that, but I'm not sure what we can do to stop it, except if you, people who have this, if you flip to her back page and she says, my recommendations at this time remain the same as last year and years before. The regional club secretaries make a greater effort to actively pursue the expiring members in their club and send a personal welcome letter to new members. I've initiated with Jerry now, any new members, she sends me a copy of their listing in emails, and I send them a letter. And actually, I've gotten some nice responses from people. So we started that. The second one is the regional clubs develop some sort of monthly communication, a quick newsletter, an email blast. I'd like to take that to another step and talk about this later as far as we need an email blast, I think, for total communication to our members. However, it's got to be police, because I don't want to send something out that Mary says, hey, Eddie, you sort of overstepped your boundary, or, you know, it's not right. But you need something that can go out fast. I am good friends with the German Shorthair president, Sharon Fitzpatrick. She lives close to me. And we've been conversing, and they have an email blast type of thing where you can get on there, or the regional directors, you guys can get on there and say, hey, to my group, be aware, we got this new rule we're thinking of putting together. And we want your input instead of, you know, very limited interest from input from the shows or input from field trials, and those are very regional too. Anyway, so it's something I'd like to consider working on. I think Ron has something in his East Coast report that we could go by, but I'm going to be at least looking at it and seeing what we can do and putting together some sort of draft of how we would manage it and stuff. So obviously this Facebook is good, but again, I'm not sure Facebook, Robin does a good job managing it, and I haven't seen any controversy on it, but I don't know enough about it to use that. And the third one is she's got her membership rosters be checked monthly for new members, change of addresses and status. Yeah, we probably need to make sure the regional clubs are managing their members. I belong to a very large club, LaSalle, and we've even slipped lately. So I was going to go back to LaSalle and say, hey guys, what are you doing to make sure, you know, my card ain't coming out on time and stuff like that. So, comments.
Remember that Yahoo thing that Bernie sent? Bernie tried it a few years ago.
And what was the result? No. Bernie, did you hear that?
No.
Darlene made the comment that you had tried some sort of email blast or some sort of Yahoo blast in the past.
We tried it with the Missouri Club. It wasn't very successful. I mean, to tell you the truth, Ed, I'm kind of at a loss, you know. I joined what used to be the largest club in the American Brittany Club. We used to have 140 members. We're now down to where we have not had a meeting in a year because we can't get a quorum of 6 people to attend a meeting. And at the same time, as far as field trialers and show people go, I'm the only one that I know that still field trials and everything. I can't get any help. And I've tried just about everything. And this ought to be the hotbed, you know, of the country, like it used to be. So, I mean, I'm at a loss, and I'm getting older too. So, you know, I worry about that.
All right, well, just keep it in mind and stuff, and I'm working with our club to try to, we were one of the biggest memberships too, LaSalle, and our meetings now have dwindled to like 12, 15 people. We used to have 30, 40 people at a meeting.
Yeah, we did too. Now, I do have a Facebook page for the Missouri Brittany Club, and I get more action off of it, talking to people. And, you know, I have people here. I live in a town of about 20,000. I'm way out on the southeast edge of it and all. But I have people that have Brittany's and Raymore contact me because they, you know, might see something on our community page or something like that. So I think that there's some interest out there. It's just how to get out to the people and to start having activities again. That's the big thing, having activities. And we're probably, since most of us, the field trialers have died off, we need to get some young folks started. And you know, that's one of my big processes here is I probably won't field another field trial dog, but I may try and find a young person who's interested in saying, hey, I'll share the expenses with you.
Yeah.
And you can learn and you can take my place when I'm gone.
All right. So we just got to continue to work on this. And again, I think one of them is to possibly like an email blast or something. Just get better communication going with our members. So, any other comments about Jerry's report?
I do have a comment.
Go ahead, Robin.
So on the West Coast, we've been using MailChimp to get out email blasts to all the members. And that seems to be an effective way to get it out. And it really is very quick and easy. It takes about 10, 15 minutes to set it up. And then all we have to do is, you know, type in an email, and I think the members like it. They feel like it's, you know, a way for us to communicate with them and just send out pertinent information. So that's one thing. And the other thing is if we want to attract the younger crowd, they're not on Facebook.
What
They're
are they?
using they're on Instagram and those other avenues of social media. But the issue is having somebody who's willing to monitor that, because my students make fun of me and say Facebook's for old people. I'm like, okay, so I guess I'm old because I don't use Instagram that much, or TikTok or Snapchat or any of those. But if that's something we want to look at in the future, I'm not saying we adopt it right now, but we would really need to shell out a policy so that we stay true to ABC, because I feel like we've been really careful on our Facebook to keep it professional and stick to informational purposes.
Okay, I appreciate it. Any other comments on Jerry Conklin's report? I do recommend, if you haven't read it in detail, to read it in detail. It's pretty good. I'm going to stop here and maybe help out a guy. I don't think Bob Burchett walked in, and I'm not sure he put out a report, but I'm sure he's got something he could say. If you don't want it, that's fine, Bob, but I just thought.
What happened last year, we had a successful event. It went better than what I would have anticipated that it might do. The dogs, food that fulfilled fulfilled the expectations as far as the performance. The only one downside had was, taking off on the deal with some kind of bad behavior on Facebook. People who reject before they've ever done, which won't be happening this year. There'll be an admonishment before we start in. It is a public forum, even if it's on your own page, it's still not an appropriate way to do it. The only downside, as far as administrating the trial, it's easier to do here than it was in Michigan.
Hang on 1 second. Can you guys hear that?
No, I can't. Can you have him come up in front of your camera when they speak?
Yeah, he'll come to my computer. No,
I have no sound.
go ahead. I'm
Ed?
sorry, Bob.
Okay,
Go ahead.
sorry,
Hey, West Coast.
there was feedback, so I had to mute everybody real quick, so I just needed you to unmute.
Okay. Go ahead.
Very good. So anyway, I think big success last year. We're have to go with a good event. The entry's up slightly. Like many things, there's too many variables to determine why that is. Certainly one of the things was a relaxation of the things for the COVID policy, allowed some dogs in there that were qualified from previous years and made that good. That was the intent that we recommend. We've got a strong entry for both states. Was up substantially over last year. Strong for those two events in Michigan, and it's building in enthusiasm and had a somewhat younger crowd there this year.
All right, sorry, people. I was playing
Yeah.
with something and I screwed everything up. So
Okay.
Bob,
Judy just pointed out, and I'd seen that yesterday, that both of the events up in Michigan, the two walking events, both made a small profit this year. So that's an improvement over last year. And documentation that we probably need to go forward with those two events. Things are on track to have a good event here. I'm going to contact all the judges again today, and with the COVID thing and the increasing guidelines, to make sure that they're all on track to come. We've had quite a bit of turnover in the all-age championships this year, and hopefully we don't face that as we go into the final days before the Gun Dog Nationals start. So I guess that's pretty well what I have to say. The birds are going to be delivered in the same fashion, and things all going. So I think we should be in good shape to have a good quality event again this year. So.
any questions?
Yes. Dates. I had somebody ask me why the walking gun dog could not run in the spring. And I said, they're holding dates in case this procedure did not work out. Are there dates open in the spring at Ione?
Probably not, I'm guessing, but
That's what I said too.
Yeah, I don't.
Ron is well aware of it and he's shaking his head no.
Well, that's what I said. I said, I don't believe that there's no dates.
And I don't, it's kind of, there's a little bit of a conflict for some, but I'm to the point old enough that I'm not going to go up there and walk a bunch of dogs and until we get another young pro or somebody that comes in to step in and fill that void. The weather in that fall window was so magnificent. I wouldn't trade anything to go back to the spring in Michigan or any place else. I mean, that is the premier time frame to run a field trial. So I mean, if you look at the field there.
And they did have those grounds groomed immaculately.
It was beautiful.
It was nice.
And so that part, I wouldn't recommend any change in that. It's just, I think that it's good. And it's kind of what I've said several times before is that people kind of harken back to that day that it's in the spring and the all ages in the fall, but a whole fabric of events is filled in behind that, supporting those hour gun dog stakes. And the only thing that you can do is get on top of something else that's established a long history and prestige over time to move it back into that event and have to start pushing things around and have unintended consequences someplace else.
Well, their comment was because at October date is pretty much hunting season, they didn't want to do both, or they couldn't do both. So, they had to pick one.
And that was a conversation that I had yesterday over at the show, that it's kind of with a fellow that's back in the back. Matt, thank you for the input. That's kind of one of those deals with even and a fellow from Montana, Tommy, can't remember his last name, but that's one of the things that even this event that we're in now, you think they have dogs making conscious decisions and not be here. We're doing it late. Anyway, it's been my pleasure to serve you in this capacity. Enjoyed it. Hopefully we've got some things squared away and laid down on the foundation that John got doing. The controversy, I think, is by and large gone in the Gun Dog Nationals. There's not a lot of hoopla. I mean, it's always a debate about the dogs and range and whatever, and that was kind of the nature of the comments that were made last year. But it's the judge's responsibility when you turn the dogs loose, and whether it's a puppy or a derby, your eye is always going to be drawn to the strongest dog performance on the ground, and that's as it should be. And I'm the only guy that's been to every one of these things, and it's taken a performance of pretty huge proportions to win the National Gun Dog Championships most of the time, even when it was on foot. To this day, I'm not sure that we didn't have better dogs when we were on foot than some of the performances that we've had since it's moved to horseback. Bold and strong and forward running and handling the birds. And that was kind of one of the things from the walking championship this year, is that it takes a heck of a dog to be able to go a quarter of a mile and stand there till you walk over there, as opposed to run and walk or cantered or whatever you could get away with in the horseback event. So it was a test, and that's the test that the dogs frequently did not match up to in the open stake up there. Why there was no championship. We had the big coveys of birds that we've had in the past, and it's just kind of tough to get through that gauntlet. So in any event, that's, like in a nutshell, it's been my pleasure to serve you. I will stand ready to help whoever my replacement is in the next term and provide whatever help and information I can to that person to go forward and make the National Gun Dog Championship something that the ABC can be proud of. And just one final thing is that I would say is that watching this thing go down, and the caution to the board is, whether it's a move for the Gun Dog Nationals here, which is, probably going to work out okay. It won't surprise me that we end up in Michigan sometime before I'm dead again. But in any event, because it's happened 3 times previous. But the one thing that I would caution the board about, it seems like they were in a mode that ideas get brought back, whether the 3-point rule or the Gun Dog Nationals, that there's just a process that people just try to wear you down. They just keep bringing it back, whether it's black in the code or the 3-point rule or the Gun Dog National move, where you just keep bringing it back and bringing it back. And it wasn't a good idea last year. It's probably not a good idea this year. So,
and how do you explain that to the new people that are coming on?
I agree. And it's just like politicians. They get elected because they have somebody at home that's asking them to get that done. It's their own personal perspective, but as board members and as officers of this club, it's our responsibility to both look toward the future, but dig those heels in to protect the past. Any other questions?
Thank you, Bob.
You betcha.
All right. Okay, the next report I have is from the first Vice President, Dawn Droll, and she happens to be here. So if she doesn't mind sort of summarizing it.
You want me to come over there?
Yes.
Okay.
He can do that too. I'm trying to get you on my,
How do I take over your computer?
you look at,
You're in there. Let me get up. Yeah, I can hear you here, so you can sit down.
All right. Well, I just, of course, like Ed, or like Bob, I want to say thank you for your service.
Your phone.
What do I have? Those are my notes.
Oh, it's echoing through Ed.
Yeah.
You know, you can only have one mic open here in this room.
Right. So if Ed would mute his mic.
I did mute.
Oh, you did?
And somebody else has got.
I just have my notes. Am I good now?
Yours.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So thank you for allowing me to serve. I appreciate it. I had a really good time doing it. I've been attending the National Specialty Show since 1993. So 27 years, I've only missed a couple nationals. And so I really appreciated being able to serve back for a couple years, but now I'm anxious to get back to showing my dogs. It is a rule that the show chairman, it's a rule with ABC that the show chairman cannot show their dogs at the national specialty, which I get, it's a big job. And you do need somebody that can just focus on that job. But however, the AKC does not have that rule. The show chairman is able to show their dogs in an AKC show. So that's a little different. Now the secretary or the superintendent of the show cannot show their dogs. That's not allowed with AKC and certainly not ABC. So I just want to throw that out there. We had a very successful show despite COVID. We kept very safe. I had people sign waivers. We had wristbands once the waiver was signed and the temperature was taken. We had wristbands that they kept on all weekend. We caught a couple people without wristbands on, so we grabbed them and had them take care of that. So despite the COVID, it went very well. Our entry was one dog less than it was last year. So we did have, due to some of the shutdowns in the last week, we had some folks not be able to attend at the last minute. So we maybe had less than 10 absent entries because of it. But so it was a good entry, especially this year. We did have one incident at the show. There was a brand new exhibitor. She had been giving me some trouble before this. She got fairly inebriated at Friday night and fell in the parking lot, and she came in and she was giggling and cleaning herself off or whatever, and she was fine, obviously. But then, of course, the next day she came in and wanted to file a report saying that she fell. So we did get a report on file with the superintendent, completed it, and I have a copy of it, and I believe that will go to AKC. Do you think, Joe? I believe
yes.
a file goes on AKC too, just saying that she got hurt in the parking lot. Again, I have witnesses and have statements saying that, yes, she was in fact inebriated. So that should go fine. One thing we had a very successful fundraising. Every year we always do all our own fundraising. And Judy and I pieced together the profit and loss statement sheet, financial statement for last year, and we actually came ahead about $300. So we did well, despite what some of the budgets have shown that have been thrown around. This year we did very well. We did an online raffle. We did it through just a member, actually did the online raffle, and then just wrote a personal check to ABC for the profits, because I spoke to Sharon Weiss, and she said, you know, because of Illinois rules on raffle and gambling and that sort of thing, it got a little tricky. So we just had just one of our members just ran it and did it that way. Very successful fundraising though this year. One of, I think, the reasons that we did well in our fundraising this year is because of ABR was not able to attend at the last minute. And so ABR over the years has really, their booth has really grown in size as far as what they sell and as far as what they raffle off. And I'm finding, especially since they were not there this year, that they take a significant amount of our fundraising dollars. And so I would suggest going forward that things kind of returned to where they were many years ago. And that is, it used to be they just brought things in to sell and then the profit went to them. Well, then they did a quilt as a fundraiser for a raffle. Well, then all of a sudden their tables got more and more and more filled to the point where they have, I would hazard to say, almost as much national raffle products as we do and items there. And so, you know, if somebody brings $40 for raffles, well, they go, you know, here's 20 for you and here's 20 for you. And then we split that with ABR, whereas this year we got all of it, which I certainly want to see ABR be successful. On the other hand, their profits go to just them, as far as I know, just them being there pays for them to be there. So their profits are going for their members to be there. Our profits are going for our show. So I would suggest going forward, I don't know if that's just my call, but I would suggest going forward that we ask ABR to limit and to go back to what they had been doing, so we don't take those profits out of our national event. What else? Oh, I don't know if we can deal with this now. The junior trophy was retired this year for the first time. Second time? Oh yeah, second time, thank you. So Paige Geibel won it 3 years in a row now, and so she retired the trophy. So we need permission from the board to start up another traveling trophy again that can be retired possibly. So we need just permission for Teresa Richmond, Teresa McNulty to be able to just purchase another traveling trophy and put that.
I make a motion that the show committee, let Teresa McNulty go ahead to establish a new trophy since the junior Hamlet trophy has been retired.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know if it went over the air though, were you?
I'm not on.
So Marker made a motion that.
Yeah, you need to explain the motion. Yeah, who seconded it? Okay.
So Marker made the motion that we establish this trophy again and keep it moving forward, and that Teresa McNulty is able to do that. Joe seconded it.
Why it's retired, and is there a cost associated? That's in the policy book. I'm just asking. I don't have my book out.
Yeah, Teresa McNulty pays for it.
Oh, she does?
Yeah,
Okay.
and yeah, so it's.
Okay, I just didn't. I don't have my
So if
policy
it,
book out, so I just wanted to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the first junior one was actually one for the Savage Boys.
Right, I remember.
That one was retired after was one.
I just didn't want to pull my policy book out, so I just figured somebody would know the answer.
So Ed, is that?
Somebody's got to call. If there's no more discussion on this, somebody has to call for a vote. I know.
Okay.
He wasn't in the room.
To replace the traveling trophy for junior.
Okay. Did somebody second it?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Marker made the motion to just keep it going. Joe seconded
All in
it.
favor?
Oh wait, I have a question real quick.
Yeah.
Because I was on the show committee. I was on a show committee the last time it was retired.
And the person that won it actually redonated the trophy. And then she was given, I believe she was given a replica. Is that?
She was asked, Paige was, the junior that won it asked if she would like to keep it, and she said yes.
Okay.
So it's my understanding. So Teresa asked me last night if she could just have another, if I would ask the board today if we could just have another one made and start fresh.
Okay. I just wondered if she would be okay with the replica and keep the original here, or if, yeah, I mean, just because there's a lot of history with that trophy with the Savage Boys. So I don't know, just an idea, but I'm fine with us replacing it.
Okay.
So
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, it carries.
The agility this year, there were about 15 people that were active with the agility this year. And even last year, I think there were 25. So my recommendation going forward is that as long as it pays for itself, and they work very hard to fundraise, as long as it pays for itself, I think it's a good thing. Again, I'm concerned about this year, and I really don't have any idea yet about this year. They're still going on. They still have a couple more hours to go. So I will look at that and make any recommendations going forward as to how that goes. Yeah.
It came up yesterday and nobody could answer today and nobody could answer. Does ABC receive any, money, any agility money from the agility? At the national special?
It's all.
Time out. Did everybody hear that on Zoom?
Marker's question was, does ABC receive money from the agility at the specialty show as part of it? And I believe they do, right, Judy? Because they're included in my umbrella and in the national umbrella. Okay.
You don't have to worry, about losing money.
So Judy said if they, this year going forward, that they are officially separate and not under my umbrella going forward. So that's on them, losing money, making money. So they will be looked at independently. But they do, don't they? Don't they have a percentage that goes?
That be approved by this board this month.
Perfect. So that will be talked about. So I'd like to say something about the judge's education coordinator, if I may, Ed. She's, Amy's great. The complaints I had and the problem that I had is she sat there and there's a separate area right there where she's instructing the new potential judges. And so she sat there with her, judge's education badge on all weekend and, talked to the actual judge, conversed with the upcoming judges and all that. And then yesterday she went in and showed her dog. That's just really awkward. And then especially she got best of opposite sex, so she got a very high award and all that. And so.
Yes.
I'm also part of the committee and I was there. I don't know where you want me to be.
Either come behind me or Donna. But just to clarify, can you repeat what you said?
Want me to repeat it?
Yeah. Dawn? Yeah, because I'm not a
So
show
what
guy.
happens is the judge's education coordinator is in charge of educating the new and upcoming potential judges. And Diana Kubitz in the past, she has not shown any dogs at the National. She doesn't typically show any dogs herself. She hasn't for years. Matter of fact, Amy was her handler. And so, Diana there was no conflict of interest there. Well, I've had several complaints yesterday that Amy sat there ringside and mentored these judges, which is great. But then like the judge that's judging this year would come and converse with them and talk about the judges the dogs that he put up and what he did and all that. And then, so that was for 2 days. And then yesterday she turned around and showed her dog to that judge.
The judge that she had talked to and stuff, the mentor?
No, the judge in the ring. She was speaking to the judges the prospective judges outside the ring. She didn't talk to the judge inside the ring. He came and spoke with those judges a few times himself. She wasn't conversing dogs with him at all. And she had committed to this dog long before she agreed to take over for Diana. That was kind of a last minute thing. So that in particular was a one-time thing. What Amy has said, since she is a professional handler, if at any time, like I said, this is a one-time thing. What she has committed to, if at any time in the future, if she is specialing a Brittany for that year, she will either have her mother or her sister or I take over judge's education for the year that she would be campaigning a dog. So she would not be campaigning a Brittany and serving as judge education coordinator in the same year. Okay.
And that's what I would recommend going forward is that, but if I can expound on that, that's the whole issue with all the, with everything going forward. She's a paid professional handler, campaigning and handling Brittany's, and she's being our judge's education coordinator. So she has a bitch coming to her that will be campaigned. But she's
Did you have something?
One of the things that I never really thought about, but the judge's education box should be moved away from the gate where the visitors coming by the camera over someplace else so that there's no potential for that overhearing, overshot of what may be going on in that judge's education box at any time. So, yeah, and I never really, it's kind of like, that part of that, I see that there's a conflict of interest, but that needs to, and it's always been there. And it's probably not an appropriate place for it. Probably ought to move around the corner someplace so that judge is right there, not getting that time to play. His education should happen before he got to leave the group.
No, he actually is educating, he's actually educating the judges that are sitting, the potential judges that are sitting there. So, yeah, so it's, it's always worked well in the past. It's just this year that it's been a problem. And that would be my suggestion, that going forward, that's just not allowed to happen. And I would.
And we'll manage it.
Yeah, perfect.
I agree with that suggestion.
Yeah,
so.
Anything else?
Otherwise, yeah, everything went well. I look forward to the next person. Yeah.
Do you have any of the history of why that particular section was placed in the show area, not being able to show it, where in the field, our vice presidents and so forth, is there, I think.
Can anybody go around saying that?
Well, again, AKC, Ron just asked.
Did anybody hear what Ron just said?
No.
Did everybody hear what Ron just said? And what he asked is this rule is in effect that the judge's education person can't show dogs. I'm sorry, Joe's secretary can't show dogs. Yes, the show chairman can show dogs. Yes, the show chairman can show dogs. So, does anybody know?
With the show secretary, or show person that's in charge, picking judges and things like that. The show is more particular because you got hands-on with the dog. In the field, the dog has to do it. And it's harder to get away with teaching in the field. years ago, this would have been years ago. So there had been something, prior to that, prior to that. Precipitated that rule being put in.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, anything else?
Okay, anything else?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Jennifer, are you there?
Jennifer, are you there?
Jennifer Brooke.
Jennifer Brooke.
Yes, I'm here.
You want to give your report?
I'm here. Have for anything,
All right,
I
can
get
you
a
give
lot
your
of
report real
inquiries
fast?
from people looking for. Why am I not working?
We lost you.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
I get a lot of requests from people that really just want things in their area to do with their Brittany's. And I'm okay for the East Coast and some of the Midwest, but after Kansas, I can't really direct people as well. And if the regional people from that area would just send me some info of what their clubs offer, if they've got people that can help for hunt tests or field trial or show, and what pointing dog clubs they have in their area. I get a lot of requests for that and a lot of walking field trials for people that live in the suburbs that don't have horses. And I have most all of that printed and ready to go when I get these inquiries, but I'm really lost on the west side of the country for what is offered out there. And I've done some contacting out there and have not gotten a really good response.
All right. I'm not sure what to tell you on that. Jim, are you there? Jim Hammett?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, Jim's there. Can you respond to that just for information wise?
I don't know enough to respond to that. I don't know enough with the other clubs, whatever. So I'm kind of at a loss.
Does your club offer like a fun trial or a fun show trial or?
Well, one of the things we've been doing is trying to put in walking stakes wherever we can at every one of our trials, because particularly the juvenile stakes, puppy and derby, there's been some resistance to that just because of timing, but I think that's kind of what we've been trying to emphasize, at least in the Northwest. I don't know about California, Arizona.
Okay. Okay. All right, Jennifer, we'll take that under consideration. Anything else?
Can I say something? I have an idea.
You're muted right now. Go ahead, Mary.
I just think that maybe the people could be referred to the officer, one or two officers of the different clubs that they would be associated with wherever they live in the western regions. It's a big area, so it's hard to know everything that's going on unless, like you said, it was written down. But I think that might be of help to find out what's available in their area. That's what they're looking for.
I've tried doing that and I get a lot of responses back that they didn't hear anything. So I don't know if stuff goes to spam or what it is, but a lot. And if I don't know field trial questions, I refer them over to Jan and just trying. A lot of people, older people, I'd say 50, sorry, everyone, 50 doesn't sound old, but I either get young couples that just got a puppy or older people going into possible retirement that seem to be the most interested in getting started with stuff.
Can I say
Okay.
something, Ms. Burton?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, the walking trails are listed on the ABC calendar, so that should be a resource for people. And the other thing is, I had mentioned this to Ed once a couple years ago. It might not be a bad idea to have a calendar that has hunt tests similar to what we have for the field trials, so that it was on the ABC website and people can go to and see what's going on, because there's really no coordinated resource for looking for hunt tests unless you start going through the AKC website.
The AKC website I have noticed is not very user friendly to beginners.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but the walking trials, at least for Brittany's, are on our calendar. And my suggestion would be to find someone who's interested in hunt tests and see if they can't set up a calendar similar to that, listing all the hunt tests. So they have a
That
single
would be a good
resource that they
idea.
can go to.
That's Burton Weiss. All right, well, that's something we could consider. So. All right,
Jennifer, I think
anything
I
else?
agree with
Burton?
you, Jennifer, that I think that's really an important aspect. There's a lot of people out there, they get a Brittany because they want a companion, and then they feel that they have to do something because of this wild beast that they've gotten a hold of, and they don't know where to go. And I think that's really important to keep people active within our clubs if we have that communication and then get them started somehow. So some way we can help figure out how to best to accomplish that. I think it'd be helpful.
All right.
I think the futurities too, we do get people coming to the futurities that have never trialed before. It's really evident when you watch them run their dogs, but when clubs put on futurities, sometimes it seems like it's a lot of work, but I do think the futurities have a role in this encouragement of getting people in, particularly breeders that are nominating their litters and going to people that have never trialed before.
Yeah, no, that's true. So. All right, not sure where we'll go on this, but I think we'll take it all under consideration and keep trying to work on it. So. You good, Brooke?
Yes, thank you.
Okie doke. Geraldine, are you on, are you still on?
I am still here.
Yeah, that's good, Geraldine. You're near and dear to me. So you sent us a report, and you said you're doing quarterly reports now. Any other comments?
No, I just, it's difficult to get any kind of comparison from year to year because I'm not really sure that things were recorded the same way that I do. Everybody kind of has their own thing, but Judy and I did spend quite a few months straightening out 2019, and you can compare some items, like the income for the general and admin is down, and that has to do with the dues being down. And the magazine is pretty much holding its own. There's a lot more advertising, it looks like, than from last year. And the events are still to be recorded. I did get a preliminary out from the walking gun dog, and the amateur did make money. And then the open, since there was not a first or second place winner, we moved that trophy expense into prepaid for next year. So then that showed them as having an income. Other than that, I don't really have too much unless somebody has some questions.
Okay, great. All right, well, I appreciate the job you're doing and the feedback you give me, and we converse. So that works out well. Mary said, glad to have you back.
Thank you very much.
Yep,
And
yep.
Bernie, thank
There's a
you
lot
for
of
your emails.
positive people. Did you hear that, Bernie? You're muted, but Okay. Brooke, you still with us? I just, your agenda book, you had you report on it, not much, although I did not realize, and I counted them a couple times, that we have 55 committees as part of the American Brittany Club. We really do have to take a look at these. So.
Yes, we do have that many committees.
Any other comments?
And I don't get a lot of reports for a lot of things. So I don't know if the people are active in them or not. But there are that many committees, and I think some of them have sat for a long time, and they're really important. So we have the Dual Dog Award that I don't know if that's been being done. With the way I've got all of my information set up for my regular Dual Dog was done.
So. It, what's her name, still does that? What's her name? I saw her at the show the other day. Nancy Quindenham. She does that.
Okay. I have just never heard anything for anybody for that.
Okay.
And I just kind of consider the agenda book an extent of the regular secretary stuff I do. And I'm pretty organized with everything, except agenda book year, it seems, always eats me at the end. So I think that I could add dog of the year stuff into the secretary stuff that I do.
I'd love for you to do it. So I know you sent me an email on that. I was going to talk separately with you, but if you're willing to do it, I'm going to put you down.
I mean, most of it will already be, I don't think it'll be too hard.
Okay.
I should shut up now because it might be really hard, but I'm willing to give it a go and just add it to the regular duties.
Okay.
Okay. And I appreciate everybody getting their stuff in. It's really hard sometimes because for some reason my email likes to kick it into spam and some of the formats don't go over really well, but it's getting a little easier to at least get it put together sometimes.
Okay. I
So
appreciate
thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you. All right. We're going to take a quick break here if it's okay. Like 10-minute break. I'm sorry. Why did you guys want one? Oh, I'm going to try to get his computer working. So 10 minutes. Let me see. I've always wanted to do this.
Thank you. Can I turn off my phone?
Yes, please, I wish you would. Okay. The next is the AKC delegate report, which is Terry. Is that your phone or is that your?
That's nothing. I'm muted.
Okay, Terry wrote a really nice page in the quarter report. I'm not going to go through it, but let me tell you, she does a lot for the club, being our representative to AKC. You got to do something with that.
I'm touching nothing.
Here, I'll fix it.
Not me.
I agree.
My pacemaker is no.
Yeah, walk away.
No, but it moves the computer one way. You probably.
There you go.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Huh? I think you're right. Put down a little bit, man.
Very quiet. Yeah, that's true. If you get too rowdy, you might bite.
It's still in there.
Well, where's his box? I don't know what I did with them, so. Bear with me, I'm trying to get around. Computer go off. Turn your volume down. All right, so I'm not gonna go through Terry's report unless you have specifics. But it's well done, and she does a good job at working with us. Any comments? Okay, just do me a favor, if you have conversation with her, tell her I appreciate her work. David Webb put some stuff off about the AKC Gazette report. So just noting that there were some articles that were submitted from the Brittany group. So, all right. Full report. I think we've gone through this with Diane. And Amy Booth was probably the most notable discussion. Diane has worked with us for years, and we need to be appreciative of her inputs. Yes, Mary has a question.
Can we eliminate that rule in the ABC policy book about the show chairman not being able to judge our state show results? Can we take that out of the policy book?
I'm looking at you because you're sort of, yeah, I'm a historical person on the board. No, I didn't say that. Notice that. The question has been brought is, can we eliminate the ruling that says the show chairman cannot show at the Nationals? Any comments? I am going to reach out because beyond the board a little bit and know if, Jessica, do you have any discussion on this or feeling on this?
Yeah, the reason they do that is because the show chairman is getting involved in choosing of the judges and setting up the show. And for the sake of appearances, the show people are pretty sensitive to not having a person who puts on the show also then be in the show, because it makes it look like they're setting up for themselves.
She's giving you a different side than what I explained from the rest. That's right.
The show people are a lot more sensitive to that than the field people are.
Dawn?
I agree. That's what, that is an issue. That is an issue. I chose my judges, and the judges were chosen by the general membership. We did a full Samuel, we did a full check on the committee and did it, like a year ago, February. She did it, and I literally went down and hired the judges that the people chose, and I can show you.
Yeah.
But that isn't, it's perception. So people don't, like somebody sent me yesterday, well, I don't remember doing that. Like, I can show you your email where you voted. So, just, people forget that they voted. So that's definitely an issue. For me, the show chairman is tough because it's a full-time job. Like I was just saying, I didn't see outside for the last 4 days. I got there when it was dark and I left when it was dark.
Yeah.
And so, I don't, you have the right committee and the right council, I think it could be done. Also, Jan, yes, Jan Kilpatrick, she'll vouch for this. She actually hired the judges. So to finish what I started, Sandy Malloy did that survey so that the judges were chosen. I gave that list to Jan Kilpatrick, and Jan Kilpatrick actually sent out, made the initial contact, and then sent the contracts to the judges. But people don't know that. People don't know that Jan did that. You know, they assume that I did that. So, so I can definitely see where, you know, the perception is tough, in it.
So another thing that I was thinking too is that you don't necessarily have to have the third vice president be the show chairman.
Right.
They could appoint the show chairman.
And that says that clearly, but I've been working on it for 2 years. Since I started this job, I said, I will commit to this for 2 years, but I want to just pay my dues. You know what? I want to give back. I want to do this. And I have the time that I can be there for the week, because it's like, I'm there 8 days. Just set up, take down, drive things here and there to the rental unit, the storage unit, to the rental property, day to day, you know, so it's a huge thing, and people can't take all those days off work. And that's why, but I can't even find somebody to be show chairman. I've been working on it for 2 years, so I don't know how, you know, so I did offer, and I made some connections, that I would offer to be show chairman, and I found a couple people that could run the desk, you know, so I'm not running around with the show chairman badge, but I do want to show my dogs. But if it's, you know, yes, it would be, it will be hard on me because of the perception.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. This is a side group. There's water and soft drinks in the refrigerator, and that includes guests and everything. So I think at this time, Mary, if we just sort of carry an ongoing discussion the next couple months and see where it goes. Okay.
If I can offer, I might suggest until you find someone to replace me, that maybe the pool is just suspended until someone can be found.
Yeah, let's at this point in time, just,
Yeah.
Well, it was put in the council in 2010.
so it's what?
2010 it was put in the council.
Okay. Can you give us some insight?
It's just what Mary said.
Okay.
The perception from the show people is that they contact them about the contract, they set up travel arrangements, they set up hotel accommodations, they make sure that they're fed. There's a lot of interaction, and the perception is that the judge may give favoritism to them when they are showing their dog.
This is the same issue, that Dawn just brought up with the judge's ed. It's a perception
Right,
issue.
right,
So if you don't have a problem with that perception issue, why would you have a problem with this perception issue?
I'm for the field trial world. And guys, the field trial secretary and chairman, they do everything and run dogs, and we expect them to do it. So.
But by the same token, I mean, I absolutely, in my process of doing this, I don't have dinner with them. I try my very darndest not to even have to have a conversation
Right.
while they're dead.
Right.
And that's not how it's happened all the other times. A lot of times they're
Right.
they'll have them dressed in their trailer and doing whatever, and you hate to just push them away, but I don't want to talk to those guys. I mean,
Right.
You gotta keep them at arm's length.
Burton's got a comment. Let me, go ahead, Burton, real quick.
Along what you just
Wow.
mentioned, if a field trial secretary couldn't run a dog, there'd be no field trials.
That's true. So, all right, we're gonna table this for a while, just converse it over the next. Yeah.
And you have to rely on the integrity of judges, just like the field trial judges. You hope they have the integrity to put up the best dog. And we do that in the showroom. You hope they have the integrity to put up the best dog. It's the same.
Yes.
So it works the same.
And that all being said, the dog that Amy showed was a very nice dog.
Yeah.
So, and they are judging the dog, not the person on the end of the string, so it's.
Everything that's been said is true.
Yeah.
But you know how people like the guy.
I get it. I need to say, stick a sock in it, okay? That's what needs to happen. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, let's move on.
Did you get that, Jan? Stick a sock in it?
Mary Jo, I see you're on. would you like to give a little summary of your legislative liaison report? Go ahead, Robin. You're muted.
I just had one comment about the request to allow the show chair to compete. Could we get a date by which to readdress this? Because I see in the policy book that we have to designate somebody by the 15th if Dawn isn't, 15th of January, if Dawn isn't going to be the show chair. And maybe we could get some clarification from AKC that we are allowed to do this.
Yeah, what kind of clarification on AKC? It's not an
if she
AKC
isn't-
rule.
Well, let's say that she's, that we allow her to compete. And I'm sure AKC has some parameters so that we feel comfortable with this, because I do see Dawn's point. And if she competes and the judge puts her up, that judge isn't going to, we have to assume that there's an integrity of the judge and of Dawn. I mean, if we don't trust them, why would we hire them? And
Well,
why
I
would
don't
we appoint her as the
disagree,
third VP?
Yeah.
So that's where I would just say, set a deadline by which we readdress this so that we can put this into place for 2021, which would be January 15th. I mean, we
What's your
put some
thought?
guidelines so that people feel
I think
comfortable.
there's some avenues. I think we're going to have some avenues that other people though are going to step up to the plate.
Okay, sounds good. Okay.
All right. Mary Jo,
Yes, I'm here.
can you give just a summary of your legislative liaison report?
Yeah, the only thing that has been good about the COVID virus is that it has kept legislators from meeting throughout the United States, and particularly in Illinois. So there haven't been many bills proposed that we've had to fight. It's been the quietest year since I've been doing legislation, I think. Senator Durbin from my state of Illinois did introduce a bill which AKC has reacted to, and it is, it would make everybody a breeder, I think, if you just breed or sell one dog. I didn't get into it real deep. I did get a call from the United States Sportsmen's Alliance, and we discussed it, and he told me that they were working on that on the Washington level, and he did not think it was going to go anywhere, but they were going to stay on top of it. And so hopefully that's what will happen. And we do look, if the vaccinations come about and legislators start meeting, I'm sure HSUS will have a big swing, and we'll start looking at that maybe in the spring. A lot of states have canceled their veto sessions. Illinois, for example, has canceled their veto session. So that means nothing's going to be brought up there. So in that part, we're lucky. I did have two action items, or an action item there asking you to continue with the donations. I told Sportsmen's Alliance that I had put that in my report and would be requesting their help. Those are things particularly on the national level. National Animal Interest Alliance and the U.S. Sportsmen's Alliance, we don't have people that can legislate, lobbyists, and go to Washington, D.C. and work on federal legislation. We need those people. So the money we give them is a big help. I mean, one trip for one of us to go to Washington to work on a bill would more than take care of what these people do on a yearly basis. And they do work with us. I'm always pleased to get the phone calls from Sportsmen's Alliance. And so that's my action item for today.
Okay, very good. Yes, ma'am.
That is in the budget, so I don't think you need a separate action item.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's in the budget. Yeah, we're not going to do anything on it.
Okay, just as long as it was continued.
Yeah, it's not going to be non-continued. So.
Go ahead.
All right, so the next report, and I'll just summarize it, is Ray Trumbull is in charge of the American Field Liaison. And the big thing about American Field is they stopped sending magazines. So just be aware that some of our trials, we've decided not to dual sanction because they're expensive, and we're not sure what we're getting out of it anymore. So just some local trials. But it's just something to think about, is where we're going with American Field.
Could I ask a question backing up to page 19 on the Gazette, Bob Fleury?
Page 19?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bob, has Dave Webb ever had the opportunity for those articles that he sends to the Gazette to ever be put into our magazine?
Bob, did you hear that? You're on mute, Bob.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Nope.
Now you went back on mute. All right, there you are.
Okay. Yes, we do publish some of Dave's articles. We haven't had, recently we haven't done them, but I don't read the Gazette much anymore since it comes on online. So anytime he has an interesting article, he'll usually contact me, send it to me, and we'll run it.
Super.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to move to the book of the American Brittany. Jessica Carlson put out a report, and since she's here, I'm going to ask her to just sort of summarize it. You didn't? Well, then you don't have to summarize it, but it's in here. Yeah, go by Joe or somebody so they can hear you.
There you go. Go ahead.
Okay, so for the, oh yeah, here's my report. For the book of the 2010s, we're going to be going through from 2010 through 2019. Cindy Miller has taken care of the non-field performance events, and her chapter is already written. We have some pictures for that. We're going to be working on some more. Rose Leali was working on the show chapter, and I'm pretty much doing the rest. And I've only done a little bit. We got a little bit behind because of the change in the 3-point rule for field champions, added field champions and amateur field champions from the past. And so I had to kind of stop and wait to see how many of those were going to be within the time frame that I was working on and what things were affected. So I will be back on this after the Nationals, and hopefully January, February, I'll be close to getting some completion and have it out to print next year. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next one.
There was a big standard. Judy Time really didn't have a report. So we're going to go to the next report, and that's East Central Directors, and Ron Galumbo sort of representing them. And there are some action items on this report. So as soon as Ron's done texting my wife.
Done.
Okay. Actually, she was texting her, we're going to have lunch brought in, individual sandwiches wrapped, and Donna wanted to know how many.
Upset?
Yes, sir.
All right, and these are only items in the policy book, et cetera, that are items that have come up and people have sent me directives and questions. And last year, the policy book committee spent buku hours coming up with recommendations of things, and I think it was just overwhelming for the board of directors to have to sit at a meeting like
Okay.
this and go through that.
Right.
So
but this is the East Central one. You got the policy report,
Oh, okay.
follow
All
it,
right.
so,
I got the
so
wrong
stay
one.
with the East
All
Central.
right, then the East Central, the action item was the standard operating procedures. I got a friend call from Al Kropek asking, what am I supposed to do as the chairman of the new walking, or the walking gun dog championship? And I said, I don't have a clue. I don't know if there's anything there. So the quick question is, should we try to slowly develop some kind of documentation so that a new person coming in, you can hand them a sheet and say, this is what your responsibilities will be?
Mary,
We talked about that before, it's on my wayside. That, right, that's another reason.
yeah, it's like, it'd be like a policy, not a policy, guideline. That's what I was looking for. Ever since I got knocked on the head, I'm a little off. So, you know what?
Ron, can you unmute yours?
What's in the, that Steve has done,
The what?
the procedures and the policy book that Steve has done for the ollies.
That's one of them.
Why would they be any different for the gun dog?
They're
Can't
different.
hear
There's
Ron.
just different. Go ahead, Dari.
Steve and I worked together for years on trying to align the gun dog and the ollie. We haven't worked on it in the past year. I still have it on my computer. A lot of the stuff is the same, but now there's a second, and a lot of it is with the addition of the walking and with having a different chairman or safety manager, the responsibilities of that person is a little bit different than would be the first VP or the fourth VP. And I think that's where the confusion came in, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, I didn't talk to Al. But I mean, we've worked on aligning the first and fourth VP responsibilities for years, and we have them pretty close.
So you already have them?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it's in the policy book.
Oh, that part of it, yes.
You know, the responsibilities of hiring your judges, getting your state managers, getting your committee, you know, hiring the judges, all that kind of stuff. We tried to make the process for the board VP and first VP pretty much aligned. But now we have another person who took over the walking that I don't know what his responsibilities were and what Mike was as secretary. I mean, I wasn't involved, so I can't speak to that.
See, he really fell under Bob's responsibility.
Right.
And the whole deal is with Al, it's a little better now that he quit working, but between his sucky phone service and at his house and his work schedule, he couldn't talk to the guy anyway, right? Tried several times over the course of time, so it's very difficult. I'm not making excuses, it's just what it is, and he didn't ask too much help from me. So it's, you know, and so I assume that he's been around for 30 years. I didn't figure he needed a whole lot of help. It wasn't catering and handling to him, other than not sweat the budget. That's the biggest advice that I have. You got a thing to do, go out there and get it done, and don't lose your mind over that. Because
right.
You don't have any control over that. Right. But other than that, you know, Ron asked me if I would, and I will kind of list out the job description of what happened when we found in for those folks that are going to take over that end and the job that I just got. So, but it's you know, part always, you know, what somebody asking for as much as what are they getting, you know, and wheel doesn't squeak, it doesn't get squeaked.
So going back to that, you put down a recommendation. What's your feeling? After this discussion, what do you feel?
In order to bring in new people.
Wait, could we get Ron to unmute his speaker so we can hear him?
In order to bring in new people, I have found that in the past that some of us who have been here for a long time have a pretty good comprehension. But I've always found that it's kind of handy if somebody sticks something in front of me that I could look at, like what Steve Ralph did with a stake manager, I think was fantastic. So any new stake manager that's helping Kent Patterson at this point knows exactly when, dates, et cetera, to follow things. And I've always found that it helps. But it's along the same line with this as I have. How many of you ever seen this thing? I mean, some people don't even know what's in this, and I stumbled on it
because Dr. Rankin suggested that directors should be given this at the very beginning of their career. So it kind of really, maybe there's stuff that's outdated, but at least it's a guideline. So that's what my thinking was.
What are you holding
I
up?
shared it with Jack. I shared it with Vince in my region as the tri-directors. And Jack said that, and unquote me, Jack, if I misquote you, but we have a hard enough time getting simple things done that we might really struggle with something like this. Is that kind of?
Robin, what he's holding up, I'm gonna interrupt here, is, hold it up again. Hold it up so I can read it. It says, welcome to the board of directors. And in the ABC website, I believe news or someplace, this document is there and it's very extensive on duties of the board of directors. It's sort of interesting. Yeah, he showed it to me a couple weeks ago.
Didn't Bernie put that together?
Yeah. Bernie, you put that together? Unmute yourself, Bernie. Bernie, unmute yourself.
There.
Go ahead.
I didn't understand what you said. Are you wanting to know, did I?
Yeah, did you put that document together?
Yes, I did.
That's a great
And
document.
what was the reason? I was just curious.
I didn't understand you, Ed. What'd you say?
What was the reason? Why did you do it?
Reason?
Yes.
We didn't have anything. And when I first started with the board of directors, it just kind of seemed like there was kind of chaos all the time.
Yeah.
And so I just put it together as a general guideline, and it was something based on a couple of the boards that I served on, and I thought it would be useful for the board.
Thank you.
It's very useful.
Ed,
Okay, so going back to your suggestion, though, do we want to act on it?
Yeah.
You do want to act on it?
Yeah, I would need support. I would make a motion that we come up with some kind of simple directives for new chairpersons or event people, so they know what they have to do. That would be
How
my
would
motion.
we get these directives?
I think a person would have to be placed in charge of coordinating this.
Right.
Other than myself. But I would.
Well, I think he would, but we have to start out logically. What would you like, Joe?
So I understand where a lot of these events, as far as there's time changes, like the central futurity moves from spot to spot, it's not the same weekend. I think it would be a directive to all the chairmen to put down their duties and what they do, instead of clogging up the policy book and make it 5 times thicker than it really is. Go to each of these chair people and say, I need you to write down exactly what your duties are, how your procedures go, and turn that in. I don't care how you do it, but so that they have it to move on to the next person, because then that person can make tweaks. Look at our gun dog national, for example. You know, now we have 2. So if that person would have gotten our policy, we put it in the policy book, this is the dates you need to do this, and this by, okay, well, now it's changed. Our horseback is down here, this is up here. But I do believe each of the chairmen, it should be suggested, or however you want to put it, that they do put together something for the next person that comes down the line. But I don't know if we should necessarily, jam it in our policy book.
2017 board of directors asked me to create a form to send to each chairperson, each officer, that if there were things in the policy book that were outdated, incorrect, or needed to be updated.
Right.
I set out the first 9 I got 3 responses back. That was it. So.
And I agree with you, when you look at how many people responded, you know, to the request, we've got very few.
But I think it hurts the new people on the outside that they are afraid to take on some responsibilities due to the fact that they don't know what to do.
I agree.
Okay, Flurry has a comment. Flurry has a comment.
Okay. Okay, Bob
Wait.
Flurry has a question.
Thank you.
Yes, you know, I think you need to keep referring to the policy book, trying to get somebody to write a plan that is already working at it is, I think you're going to be wasting your time. The policy book should be the Bible. And that's what we should follow. And the director should know policy. When you take the job on, you should be aware what the policy book says. And it's pretty explicit in explaining how to do things.
Well, I'm going to interject here and say, yes, what I'm looking for would be more guideline.
Good luck
Mary.
getting that done.
A new page for the stats committee, to update what I do now since I've taken on, receiving.
Yeah.
You can't get people to write a report for the agenda. You expect them, they're going to sit down and write a deal on how they do their job.
So I think if we wanted to pursue this, we'd limit it right now to the field trials, nationals. So it'd be the 2 vice presidents and possibly the 2 secretaries. All right. So if you want to make a motion, I'd make it that way, but you'd have to make that motion saying you or somebody you know. Well,
I don't have a good enough divorce lawyer.
I was going to say, she's a good candidate, would be willing to take it as a standing or a one-time committee, whatever we would decide.
So moved.
Is that what you want to do? You say it because I'm the president. I don't have any authority.
I'll move forward on the suggestions of what the president has advised.
Okay.
We have a second.
Do we have a second for this? Well, this is assuming you're going to take this on with Ron Colombo's name on it.
Yes.
Now, I will commit to help you.
Okay.
What's the motion again?
No, this will be to create a guideline for field trial for first, and I think I forgot 4th vice presidents.
The vice president.
And field trial secretaries corresponding with these positions for future reference in creating a field trial.
I think, Jack, what we could do.
They got it, but I know that, I know.
Cluttering the policy book, we could do the same thing where I stumbled on this.
Yeah.
It was on the website. Because that policy book could just be growing and growing and growing. And like the 3rd VP, that's beautiful. I mean, anybody who steps into that position knows everything that they have to do, but I think maybe that could be pulled out of the policy book and put it into the website. So somebody could just click on and take a look.
I'll second that if it's not in the policy.
Okay.
All right, so we have a motion on here for Ron Colombo to create a one-time committee to develop guidelines for
VPs.
vice presidents of field trials. So it'd be the 1st or the 4th, right?
Yes.
And corresponding field trial secretaries to expedite the,
Guideline.
guideline to expedite or for procedures on running a field trial. Or I don't know how we could we'll refine the,
And I think once we come up with that information, we can put it out to all of the directors so they can look at it and not all of a sudden have something dumped on them at a meeting like this. If that makes sense.
well, we're gonna use your, Darlene, hopefully, we're gonna use your input. Put Darlene on your committee. You're natural. You gotta come. Okay, all right. We'd like a vote. So you want to vote individually or as a group? Let's do it as a group. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Darlene, noted Darlene Dow, put up her hand, but wasn't acknowledged. No, she's our no vote, but she's also on our committee, so. Okay, Ron, what you got?
My second action item, I'm going to wait to get more legal advice from Sharon Weiss
Okay,
on funding, because I stumbled on that in this director's guideline. And we want to make good and certain today with all the legal beagles out there that we're not doing something in regions or events or whatever that would cause ABC to have a problem, because I don't know what has happened in California.
Ron, can you unmute? Sorry to interrupt you, but I need you to unmute
yeah, you're muted.
That's
so we
good.
can hear you.
Yeah, it is good, but,
All right. Just hit that button.
yeah, there should be one on the bottom left.
Am
Yeah,
I
okay.
unmuted now? Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. That with the fundraising, Sharon Weiss and I have tried to communicate back and forth, but with our schedules and everything, we haven't got the information, but she's looking into about what is ABC's legal responsibilities for any fundraisings that go from event to event. And we don't need to stir something up, but I've been told, I don't know what, I've been told, but something happened in California that they got in trouble with some donation fundraising or something. So we're checking into that. So that's it.
Some of it came, what started in the policy book, individual clubs that were putting on trials or our stakes were contacting Garmin and Tritronics, well, it was Tritronics at the time, for collar donations. And that was infringing on the national championship because they got tired of handing out collars and the national championship didn't get any. Mary Jo can probably explain this better than I can. And the other fundraising was that when we went on the internet, you cannot advertise some of these raffles and things on the internet. And that's where part of this came in to put the kibosh to that so that we didn't get in trouble. Basically, you have to do it in person to like at an event or a field trial or wherever. So that's where some of these regulations started in.
So Sharon Weiss would be our legal advice to kind of help out. Or-
She may have some input on that. She does, okay.
Okay. So Jack?
I think that if we put it in writing, we open up the ABC.
Okay, good point.
The deal is, I just haven't been involved in this on a lot of organizations. One person's fundraising is another person's gambling. If there's ever a chance to depart yourself from some money, it's gambling. It comes under very formal guidelines all across the country. Every state has different regulations on how that goes and federal regulations. So it's kind of one of those deals that anytime it's a game of chance, it's gambling. And there's certain rules that have to play.
Each state.
Okay, so we're gonna move on though, okay?
Yes,
Because you
that's
said
fine.
you're gonna get more information from
Is it
Sharon.
all right to get the information from Sharon just to give us, okay,
Yeah.
that's it. Let's
your
go on.
knowledge.
Item 3. With the addition of the National Horseback Gun Dog, should it be identified as such? Because I had kind of a hard time convincing the state of Michigan, and they finally said to me, we don't care what you call your national championship. But in Michigan, The Gun Dog Championship is called the National Gun Dog Championship, the same thing as it's called down here. And I don't know if that's something that should be addressed or not.
Question, why is Michigan concerned about what ABC calls an event? We could call it whatever we want, would be my opinion. We could call it the clown parade. We could call it Christmas parade. We could call it, whatever we wanted to call it. Why are they concerned?
We have a procedure in Michigan, a procedural booklet that the DNR is involved in. And there's a pecking order on how organizations can run functions, events, basically field events. You have your national championships, you have your regional championships, and so forth and so forth. And if we change the name at Ionia from the National Gun Dog Championship to the National Walking Championship, that organization would lose their status in the calendar to get a date.
Eddie has a comment. Eddie has a comment.
It's still a national gun dog championship. It's just designated as a
Okay.
walking gun round. And that's why AKC, that should have no effect on that. I can't imagine the argument can be made. You lose it just because you went from a horseback stake to a walking stake.
So is this a logistical thing? I don't even see this on your list.
Action item 3.
And that's the title.
Action item 3 says, with the addition of National Horseback Gun Dog held in Boonville, we need to alternate the overall events to give status equality to accommodate all participants. I thought he was saying he wants to change who runs when. Isn't that what you want? That's not what you want?
No.
Okay, good.
It's just simply identified.
Okay. So what do you want us to do?
Well, I don't know. That's the question that I was bringing up, that should we, because I don't know how Jack feels. I know how Vince Anderson feels, who were 3 reps from the East or Central region, is that should there be more fairness with flip-flopping the events down here at Boonville now to give
Now
equal
you're in a
fairness?
different subject.
Yeah.
Time out.
Okay,
Let's
that's the
finish.
second paragraph.
Let's finish. If you want to change the name of the event in
Yes,
Michigan.
okay. We can't.
Okay,
No.
That's done.
Don't change it.
yeah.
It's confusing because you're dealing with the state.
Yep.
So leave it as is, but on your premium, it's gonna say
Yeah.
walking only.
Yeah.
Which we have done.
Yeah,
We never mail one to the state anyway.
right.
Yeah,
But for the
okay,
next-
so that's done.
getting,
Okay.
Grounds time, leave it, a national gun dog, ABC national gun dog.
Okay. So now you have another action item.
Yes, the fairness of holding the events down here and alternating them. Go ahead. Oh, I thought Joe had his hand up.
I do have my hand up. So what I would like to know is, we dealt with this as a board as far as the name goes when this originally went down, because we had 3 things that had to be done by January 1st. One was AKC approval. One was for you to come back and say that whatever name that we use, we did not lose our spot. And then I can't remember what the third one is. We got an email back from Ed stating that all 3 of these things are done. Why are we revisiting? What now? One was approved from AKC. One was to make sure that we do not lose the grounds because of the name. And then there was one more item. Yep, Arkansas Fish and Game. So we received an email from Ed stating that all these things were taken
Right.
care of. So why are we revisiting it 3 years later?
We're not revisiting it. What we're visiting is the order of when they run. Right now, we run amateur all age, open all age, open gun dog, amateur gun dog.
I understand that that's what you wanted to move to.
I don't want to do this.
No. I said, I know that that's the agenda item that you wanted to move to. I was still discussing the previous one with the name change.
Oh, yeah, that's been dropped.
Okay.
So. So.
Next.
So now the discussion is, do we want to consider moving these events around? And I'm going to step out a little bit. I'd like to know Bob's, being a professional, just a different, and having amateurs calling him every day. I'm just, and everybody will get a chance to say, you're a professional too, but I know Bob better.
The logic and the conversations that went in with Kent Patterson and I last year when we meshed these two events together was basically to try to get, his focus was on the professionals being here and being able to get in and get out if they wanted to. And that's the reason why the two events are back to back in the middle of the event. Thinking that probably there's going to be a different subset of people that are here for the amateur all-age championship as opposed to the amateur gun dog championship. Certainly going to be some of the same dogs entered, going to be some of the same people with different dogs as well, but a portion of those people are going to vanish when the all-age championships are done. So the only input that I have is it was kind of naked at the end of the amateur gun dog championship last year. There was pretty much a skeleton crew left around, and that's kind of it's going to happen one way or the other, whether it's an open stake or an amateur stake, but it was pretty thin by the time we got done with the amateur gun dog last year as far as people that were left after 3 weeks of being in beautiful downtown Boonville. But I don't have any recommendation to make any changes or would necessarily concur. I think that it gets very confusing when you start flip-flopping things back and forth. There's not really a good reason to do that just for the sake of doing it. Once people get comfortable with the way that things are going to do, they can plan from year to year and know what's going to happen, and that's probably the way to leave it, just the way that it is. And you know, I fought against putting the amateur in front of the open years ago, and I do not support putting the amateur gun dog in front of the open gun dog. So I don't think that that's in customers, clients, and whatever's best interest to do that. So you take your best shot first. So that's my 2 cents for it.
Eddie, you got any comment?
I agree with that. I have one other statement to make, and that is that I really don't think it's a board decision as to what order these stakes go in. I think it goes to the executive side. It's a field trial. That's how it gets run anywhere else, from the show to whatever. Event gets gone by those parameters that you guys set up. And you want to optimize who's going to get down here and who's not. I think that's dependent on the president and the vice president. That's what order they want to run the state. I agree. You start changing around, it will get confusing. There'll always be somebody that's concerned. I don't think it's a fairness issue. It's just a reality of this is when we run these states. And we run the all aids down here forever. None about the classes. They flip that around. That's okay. But I agree with Bob. I think it's best that the amateur runs after the open.
Brian, back to you.
Well, the thing, I don't know if Jack hears it from our region, but we're going to be putting a lot of amateur gun dog people out of commission because the feeling is that we can't make changes. And I said, we have made changes. I remember I've been around since the open all age was switched to the amateur all age. And there was a hue and cry back then, but it was done by the board of directors. And the way I heard from Vince Anderson, who ran in the amateur down here, Bob concurred, it was a skeleton, almost non-existent. That's not a national event.
Oh, it's non-existent?
That
helps. Keep that help.
Yes.
Are you talking about the number of dogs or the numbers? I just need to understand.
Well,
This is true, period.
Yeah.
Well, no. Is it, what I asked was, are we talking about the number of dogs versus the number of people, or are we talking about the number of people that were there? That's a big difference. If the number of dogs were same or close to what it used to be, then the number of people there isn't, it's the dogs that are important. It's not necessarily.
And people of recognition, the feeling of recognition.
And that kind of stuff, there still needs to be infrastructure and support.
I understand that. I understand that, but I wanted to understand if it was about the dogs or the people. That was confused.
The open knowledge used to be like that.
Well, it's the
Okay.
people that supply development.
Vince Anderson has requested to discuss something. Go ahead, Vince.
Well, earlier in our discussions today, we talked about numbers dropping off with new members and so forth. And I can tell you, as a relatively new person in field trials, and what I hear from other people, they feel like they are kind of treated like second-class citizens, where the gun dog is going to be moved down, and it's going to stay that way. And when this move was talked about a few years back, we were told that it was going to alternate. And in fact, there are numerous emails to that effect. And it's like now that everything has been moved to the way where they want it, we're just forget about this whole discussion. But I can tell you, a lot of people don't like the idea that, you know, for my example, myself, I run my own dogs, train my own dogs. And if I come to a board meeting, I have to, and I see this in Ron's notes, you know, I have to come down here at my expense 2 weeks early before the all age, then return home at my expense to continue training dogs and then drive down again. I think everybody has to have it a little unfair in order to make it fair. Everybody can't keep it the same way as it used to be and expect the numbers and so forth in the gun dog stakes, whether it's open or amateur, to increase. And as a matter of fact, there's less dogs in the event. The numbers are kind of a lie because a lot of the dogs are doubled up. There are less dogs and the same dogs being run multiple times.
Could I just mention something? I think with Zooming, having to physically be in attendance is less of an issue than it was in the past.
Yeah, I agree. As long as they do that, because in the July meeting, this is supposed to be an anomaly that we're going to try it out, and then we're going to vote on it again. And is when COVID goes away, is it going to be, well, there's going to be no Zoom anymore? I mean, this is the 21st century. I would think that we would continue using media as we get better at it. But that's just one of the issues. Like I said, we're seeing diminishing numbers with new people coming in. And we're saying, why is this happening? On Facebook, it's because of some of the actions that say we could really care less about the gun dog stakes, because as Ron said, there was hardly anybody there other than the people running their dogs and the few pros.
But that happens at any field trial. The last day of the field trial, there's always very few people there. It doesn't matter. I mean, that's just the way it is.
I know people whose dogs haven't. Right. I agree to a certain degree, but there was no activities in the clubhouse. There was nothing. So I agree with Ron. And I think it should be alternated in fairness.
Jack's being.
I believe that as Bob and Ed have stated,
I can't hear anything.
Need to unmute. Can't hear anything.
If you're for companies, they would take they go back to year. So it's going to be harder after year to year. As Mary stated, if you stay for the amateur, then there were very few people by the end of the week. The only thing that may have saved that all age was a few coming in, and that would add a few people back. But most amateurs are packing up. Regardless of
One thing I want to go back, because it's a discussion is this a board voting discussion, or is it, like you say, what, executive?
It's an executive side, it's an event being run, that's the executive side of it.
Mary's being asked, and then.
I think it should be a directive from the board that the committee gun dog committees, various gun dog committees, be instructed to set up some kind of activity so that these people can do, get together. And you have to have committees, you have to have people that will stay and do that, and some creativity and yada yada down the road. But I've been told there's no activities. So whose responsibility is it?
Well, the one activity there should be going forward is at least the dinner, in theory, and all of it. I mean, assuming somebody wins it. You know, the walking gun dog, the amateur horseback gun dog should have had a winner last year, right? Are they going to have a dinner this year? Yeah.
So that would be one. The other,
Yeah, go by Joe or myself, either one.
the other thing is that we did and it's probably, it is set up in the schedule to do the same thing for the Garmin and the Mass Man Award during the open week.
Right.
Thinking that we're going to always catch who's ever there to receive that award during that week and may not catch them during the amateur week is the logic for doing that. And we didn't have a previous year's winter party last year here because they chose to do it in Ionia instead, which was their prerogative. They're paying for it. They had to be able to get it to do this year. But I'm assuming that the amateur winter will do a party here during that amateur week. That'll add one out of the couple nights that we have to do that, along with the welcome dinner and the amateur party and on. So it'll be better this year than what it was last year. And as I said from the back of the room earlier, somebody's always going to be last. The open all age used to be like that at the end. Everybody would be gone and it'd be kind of a ghost town too. So somebody's going to be last. And I initially pushed for something different than this, but having amateur open probably doesn't work because those people got to come 2 times. I do concur with your deal that maybe it makes sense to sandwich this board meeting somewhere in the middle of that, but we got quite a bit of pushback last year on that for people that only wanted to be here during the open. So, you know, the board is primarily made up of great people, but with an all-age focus right now. It's probably always been that way. And, you know, you need to get those people's ear to do that. I think that's a pretty good balanced board, and they do a fair job of handling that as best they can. But, you know, always mind. And to continue to look at and take that input, but you know, it's you know, I think it's important to keep a base for now to see what it is, and if somebody comes up with a great plan, certainly it needs to be looked at. But, you know, just to change for change's sake probably doesn't make any sense. So.
Okay, thanks a lot. Mary?
But your activities can still be coordinated. You can still have an auction. You could have something else going on. What else can you do? You could have a town meeting.
Lose Ed. You're muted.
I have on my agenda to talk about Zoom, and I realize that we're hoping one day COVID goes away, but I'm not even sure it's going to go for the next 12 or 18 months. And I also think that companies, because I was about to, before I retired, that the Zoom and the Skype were the next step to go, you know, instead of flying me 200 or 2,000 miles to go to a 4-hour meeting. And I think we'll have that discussion, but I keep it in the back of my mind. Ron,
One of the things that I want to interject here is that.
you're muted too.
Robin Devontae has a comment here too.
One of the
Okay.
things that I want to interject here is that I think we forget that
You're still muted. Yeah.
I am?
You're muted. Ron, you're muted.
I'm better already being muted. I said that.
All right, go.
Anyway, we as a board of directors, as long as I've been involved, are always talking about, well, we don't like to have change. Well, we've changed a lot of things. We changed from one year, the dogs you couldn't have crossed. And now we're back to where you can run, which a dog last year ran in all age, open all age, the open shooting dog. I don't know if the dogs still ran the amateur shooting, not down here. Well, that's possible. So when everybody says we can't make changes, we have made changes. And I get through my region, I'm very effective in my region. That I look at, we amateurs support the trainers. The trainers have a job to do. And look at where our trainers live, basically in this area. And I
I can't hear anything.
Wait 1 second. Robin's got a question she's had for quite a while.
Well, I didn't hear the end of Ron's because he got cut off. But, well, I realize that some directors run for the board with a plan for the national agenda. Well, what if we set a date, say, starting in 2022, then we enter this rotation of the gun dog first, then the all age second on a 2-year rotating basis. So nothing changes for 2021 so that people have time to adjust.
What's the basis of it though, Robin? Why? Are we
Because
just
when
doing
we-
it to do it?
No, because when we agreed to move the gun dog out of Ionia and into Boonville, that was part of the discussion and why those of us on the board, some of us voted in agreement to move it so that there was equity among the stakes.
Was that discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Steve was the person who made the comment, and I have it in writing, that he actually talked to some of the potential directors.
You went back on mute. I don't know why you're doing it.
Mute. Mute? Unmute.
No, you're on mute.
Unmute. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Anyway, what was talked about by Steve Ralph, and it's in writing from him, the board didn't vote, but they had a gentleman's agreement, which I guess is of no value. And the value was that we need to, if we're moving down to Boonville, that we need to be able to have some accommodations made for the amateur individuals, not the professional trainers. That's their job. They can go whenever, wherever. And that's where it was left. But all of a sudden, things just got, we can't make changes, we can't do this, which is basically incorrect. And I would agree with Robin that it was agreed upon and that we move forward long distance, and like Jack said, I can understand where he's coming from, that if you run your own business, you can't possibly just change it from day to day to day to day. You got to have some direction down the road. And maybe that's a good suggestion, that 2022, there will be a plan in place that we go forward on. But that's up to the board of directors. I don't think it should ever be the event person, because you talk about being biased, we're all biased. And we're going to run things on our own personal agenda. That's just my opinion.
Any other discussion?
I got a statement. Can you hear me?
All right. Yes.
Go back half an hour ago when it was brought up about the Board of Directors policies and procedures book that Ron brought up and Burton Weiss put together quite well. When Ron asked me a year plus ago if I would consider running, I said, I don't have a problem with that, Ron, but I don't like to take on any job unless I know what's expected of me, time-wise, etc. So Ron forwarded that Board of Directors policies and procedures manual to me in the PDF, which I found on the website. And in that article, you see in there that Burton put together that we must act as fiduciaries, which means you must put other people's interests first. So we are basically employees of all the people who are attending these events and putting dogs in and so forth, whether they're amateurs or amateurs putting their dogs with pros. And when we sit there and we say, well, I don't want to do it this way or that way for whatever reason, are we in fact doing it for our own self-interest, or are we doing it what's best for the people we serve in our particular region?
I will interject and say, I hope you are doing it for the interest of the people you're representing. And some of the things that I sometimes worry about is we do make decisions in this board and get motions going, and I'm not too sure. Then I get contact from people saying, oh, why did you vote on that? Why did you do this? I said, haven't your directors talked to you about it? Which I'm going even back to the beginning where we need better contact, maybe email blasts or something to our people so you can get better impact. So I agree with what you say, Vince. Let's make sure what we're voting and what we're doing is really what the majority of the membership wants.
And if we end up doing this, Ed, I think we should take a vote if this is put off, as Robin suggested, as a motion to put it off to 2022. I'll second it. But if we're gonna
motion hasn't been made yet. Motion hasn't been made, at least not that I've acknowledged. So we can still decide to do a motion. I just want to get more, make sure we're done with discussion.
Hang on.
Go ahead.
One other thing. If we're gonna just say this is the way it's always been and we're gonna do it, I'd like to have that in writing, or we have a vote, and if that you want to vote now, fine. Because I want to go on record as saying I have represented the people in the East Central and saying I wanted it to be switched as we were promised 3 or 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's on record, all the people who want to keep it, and then we can now pull the records and show that I have seen copies of that people had said we're going to rotate it, and it actually says year to year. Okay, and I followed up what they did, and then other people.
All right, Robin, you had a statement.
Well, Jim Hammett has a comment, and then I'll
That's fine.
make my statement.
Jim.
Well, I think there's two issues. One is when this board of directors meeting happens, and I think it has to happen after the show because we've got a lot of show people in. So in thinking about this, if we can commit to allowing remote participation in the meeting, that issue goes off the table and it doesn't become a factor anymore. Because I think that prior to this, when directors were expected to be at a meeting, it really, I mean, I run all age dogs. And if you switch that, all of a sudden I've got a problem being almost 2,000 miles away of somehow getting to that meeting and also participating in the national event. But like I say, if Zoom is, if we're going to allow that in the future, and that's not in the policy book right now,
That's correct.
then that issue goes away. And I think the fairness issue is a really valid one. And I do remember that discussion, and I think that probably should take place. But as I say, there's two issues, and I don't think you can deal with them separately. I think you have to sort of deal with them either sequentially or somehow. And
Well, this is what I'd like to do. It's sort of and I know Bob wants to say something and everything, but I'd actually like to switch gears and talk about our future if we're going to go into the Zoom process. Now, a couple things. My fault. I came here last night. I did not think that they did not have internet as part of their Wi-Fi here. So we would have to find a room that would offer us internet. And for the sake of my people who are in the gallery, I need to give them they have a big TV in here. I thought about hooking that thing up so they could see everything that's going on and not have to listen very strainly. But Mike, so I'm switching off. I'm holding this discussion about the switching the things to the LAs to, do we want to authorize that we will authorize Zoom meetings?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
What
So
I
you
wanna
wanted
do
to
is
make a
eventually
motion?
I want somebody to put a motion together, and I know Ron will.
But it should be
saying
video conferencing, not Zoom.
all meetings will have Zoom as one of his communications.
Okay.
All right, so we can have Zoom. And again, the problem here, again, we're learning, is I need a better facility. Or come back here
We
and
need
say,
to
hey.
use the word video
internet.
conferencing, not Zoom, because we don't
good.
want to be
That's
stuck
good.
with Zoom.
You're absolutely right. Video conferencing. So.
Is that a motion or do you need a motion?
Yeah, I'd like somebody to put a motion together.
I move that in the future, we use video conferencing whenever we can and try and maximize the participant. That would hopefully maximize
Yes.
participation.
The only thing I want to make sure in this is that we all agree that if you're there by video conferencing, you're also part of the quorum.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? So there's no sense,
Correct.
well, you can't do that.
Correct.
I would have a motion then that people that are.
Rob just made the motion on chat.
Oh, okay, cool.
Apparently she can't hear you.
Oh, I'm muted.
So Robin just said to everybody, I make a motion to allow the board members to attend the annual meeting via video conference.
Just say any
Any meeting?
ABC board meeting.
So I think-
ABC meeting.
Because I'm attending now, we're gonna have another one, and I have on they have March, so we get more accurate budgets to review. Okay, so it's any meeting. Yes, he's in the quorum piece to
Okay,
it.
Robin's writing that down right now. I will read it as soon as it comes up.
Okay,
That she's amending her motion.
Oh, okay, sorry.
click on chat.
I don't want.
Click on chat.
Ed,
Yes,
I think if we allow this, it will open up the opportunity for more people to get involved in running for director, which is tough when you have to figure your travel from the East Coast to West Coast or somebody who's not close. It might make more people get involved in the national club.
okay, I agree. Any other discussion? We've made a motion.
Two motions.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think in the eyes of AKC, we just have to clarify that being present in a meeting does not mean that you are physically in the room. Means you can hear
right.
So,
hear each other and see, I don't know if it's see each other, but it means you can participate and hear each
Participate.
other.
I believe it has to be in our bylaws also for AKC to approve it.
We can't change those.
we're changing them.
No,
We'll
there's
have
a
discussion
AKC
about that.
memo. No, there's an AKC memo that allows us to do it without changing our bylaws pending our next official bylaw review. And I think Ron has a copy of that. Do you need me to send you another
Okay,
copy
good.
of it?
All right.
Oh, okay, wait, let me, she's off by the motion a little bit. Let me make it and
Okay.
make sure that everybody's all right.
I will withdraw motion so you can correct it. How's that?
Yep, no, I've got it. I'll correct it right now. I make the motion to allow for the ABC board members to attend ABC meetings via video conferencing. Okay? So I need a second.
Forum.
Forum, it's not in there.
Well, if you attend, you're part of the forum.
And by attending via video conferencing, create a forum with their quorum with
Create a
their
forum with
presence.
their presence.
Yeah.
Quorum
Quorum with
with
their
their
presence.
Okay.
Yes. Jack, you second it still? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
We gotta have
All right,
have a
super.
roll call.
We don't need a roll call on this, do we?
If there's opposing, we do.
There is no opposing,
Oh, I
right?
thought,
All of them, so this is just my opinion.
Yeah, actually, we should. I
Especially
agree.
when the minutes are out there and they're published, the people that elected you know how to.
But the only one that opposed it, you, we noted it. No, we noted it though. We noted it. So yeah, if there's opposition, we should note it. So is there any opposition to this a motion? No, so it's all four. So that's how we're writing. So now I'm gonna switch back, Bob's been patient here, to moving or rotating or whatever you want to call it, the gun dog and all age nationals at Bloomfield. So Bob,
would you hold the American flag by you, please, so I get a nice picture?
I don't know if my computer's on. Why don't you talk it? I don't know if my computer's on. Ryan's.
Do you need me to make a motion? Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, motion? It was approved.
Okay, no, I
Unanimous.
was looking at. No, Bob, I'm listening to Bob, sorry.
Okay, go ahead. So was about rotating the two national events was part of the original conversation. It was part of the negotiations and the conversations that Kent Patterson and I had when we started doing our respective jobs. I pushed for a different wasn't necessarily happy with that. I do not think that rotating it is necessarily a bad idea. Also am a very good student of politics, and I doubt the votes are there now, as they were not there then, to put the Gun Dog Nationals in front of the all-age nationals on a rotating basis. You guys can prove me wrong later on today, and while there is a certain amount of venom in some of the statements that have been made today about, you know, how we're treated, it still is just the apparent reality of politics.
I can't hear anything.
You lost them.
Musical computer.
Yeah, it kicks out of my phone. So anyway, in light of today's. Everybody back on? Yeah, they're on. Don't worry about it. In the light of today's events, is still the reality is if you don't have the votes, you don't have the votes. So you may feel strongly about something that the board has to take a position on. Once they have taken a position, that's the operating orders that we have, that we go forward with. And you know, if the board votes to disagree with what I'm saying, that's
certainly within their purview, but I negotiated with Kent and took his input, he took mine. I didn't prevail in the whole discussion on the committee that was put together on the thing. We came up with a plan. You know, not ideal, nothing's going to be ideal, but you have to have the votes to get to prevail in what you think is the best way to proceed. And if you don't, smile and go on, I guess is what I would say, and make the best of the time frame that you're given, make the best of the time frame for the event that you have, which is what I've tried to do.
Okay, so we're back on discussion here. Anybody have any more discussion?
Jim Hammett, you had your hand up. Did you still have a comment?
No.
You're good?
I am for right now, yes.
You're good, Jim?
Okay.
Lisa Hunt has her.
Lisa Hunt.
Linda, that's.
Leslie, I'm saying Leslie Hunt.
Oh, unmute.
Don't touch that. You stop. Leslie, yes.
Is all that laughing because you don't want to hear me speak?
Go ahead.
I know that what we did vote on, or what we had agreed to, was a rotation for the gun dog, between the gun dog and the all age. So I think, in fairness to everyone, unless we change that vote, I think that's what we should be moving forward with. So, in my opinion,
My understanding, there was no vote.
Gentlemen,
What do you mean, no vote?
So there was to move to Boonville for the gun dog, and part of the discussion was changing the schedule.
Part of the
So-
discussion, perhaps, but not. There was no motion to move it every year, was it? To rotate it? She said there was a motion.
So that's what we're talking about now. So I think we're at the point where we need to make the motion that starting in 2022, we rotate the gun dog nationals and the all age nationals, the 2-year rotating basis.
I guess, but my point is, there never has been a motion before this.
Right.
There
So
was
that's what we're
discussion,
saying.
but no motion.
There was the gentleman's agreement.
can we make a motion now?
Leslie, you have anything
else to say?
Well, can we make a motion now? Because I do remember our discussion on that, and I feel similar to what Vince Anderson said about our representing the entire club and the entire section that we are responsible for. So I think we should try to move forward with putting the amateur gun dog first, and then followed by the open gun dog, followed by the open all age, and ending with the amateur all age. That would be my suggestion.
And do you want it starting in 2022? So people have a year to adjust?
Well, I mean, I don't know that we need a year to adjust. I would think it should probably go in 21, but that's something that's negotiable too. So maybe people don't even want that motion.
I think from Jack's point, people with vacations and stuff, they're already on vacation next year.
I couldn't hear a word you said, if that was.
We have a motion.
Are you muted?
I'm not touching anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
I said, the thing I worry about is that as Jack said, people schedule their vacations already.
I can't hear anything.
There's no sound.
Yeah, they're reconnecting.
So right now, I'm not sure what kind of motion you're looking for. You're looking for a motion that specifically says move the sequence to amateur gun, open gun, amateur, open all age amateur, or simply a motion saying,
Ed, check your chat.
Well, that,
rather than put a motion that says, I make a motion that starting in 2022, Gun Dog Nationals and all age national schedule would rotate their order on a 2-year basis.
Okay,
Huh?
I mean,
It doesn't have, it says, Jim's asking why a 2-year basis, why not every year?
Every other.
well,
And Ed's asking what order?
so you want it more specific. So you want it to be every year, okay? And you want it starting next year? Or you want it starting in 2022?
are you asking me this?
It's
or-
your motion, Robin. You have to make that decision or
Well,
get more discussion. And there's two people saying no here. Here, one's Darlene.
Well, really, a motion is that, and then discussion. That's how it works. You don't just.
Okay, so you want me to modify my motion to put the order to amateur gun dog?
No,
open
leave your
gun dog?
motion leave your motion as is, and we'll get
Okay.
a second from it and have discussion according to Darlene.
I'll second.
Okay,
So Ron seconded it. Now we're up for discussion. Any discussion?
What order of states
So-
are they gonna do every year?
So the first question is, what order are they going to make, are you going to do? So Jim put out amateur all age, open all age, open gun dog, amateur gun dog, which is what we're running now, to amateur gun dog, open all age, amateur all age.
That's what I put out.
Yeah.
That was
Who's
my,
I?
that was my motion. This is Leslie.
Okay. So do you,
Could you repeat
hang
repeat
on.
that order again, please?
Amateur all age, currently, it's amateur all age, open all age, open gun dog, amateur gun dog. It's one, the first change would be amateur gun dog, open all age, amateur all age.
That's what they want, amend the motion to say that.
Yeah, so Leslie's or Darlene's question is that what you want? Do we want to amend the motion to that? Brett, you had your hand up.
Yes. I'd just like to know why.
Hang on a second. Let Brett speak.
I don't understand why. I'd just like to know why we think we need to do this.
I'm only gonna, and this is where I'm gonna ask Vince to jump in, and Jim Hammett's also got his hands up, but they're saying the people they're representing wants it that way. Am I assuming this right? And Ron, you too? Don't walk away from me.
Can I jump in, Ed?
Yes, and then I want to acknowledge Jim Hammett.
When these discussions were taking place back in whenever it was, 18, we were told that, they were going to go to Boonville. And one of the issues, and it's in writing, I've seen it, that they were going to alternate. So, in my opinion, by even having this vote, it's almost, what somebody says doesn't mean a thing, like a handshake doesn't matter anymore. So now we got to go vote on this. And I know people, and we're going to go back to 2 hours ago, why are our numbers declining? Because people feel that we're told one thing and then another thing happens. And I agree with Leslie. She heard it, Robin heard it. This isn't something that is novelty that we're bringing up this afternoon. This is something that has been said and people know it. They know it through Facebook, they know it through parking lot discussions, on and on and on. And they see us changing our mind as directors. I don't have a problem, vote on it. But I can tell you right now, I'm going to vote for the way people know it to be and what they've heard before. So I can go on record to say, I'm following what they wanted us to do.
Okay, I'm gonna make a statement from my memory. I know when they approved it and I became president of January, I sent an email in, suggested doing this. Okay, and I think Steve Ralph did also.
Yep.
I never saw any other documentation from the motion or anything that said we were going to do it, and you guys would know that. So I think there's a fallacy here that thinks that because I wrote out a suggestion, which, by the way, I will publicly say I recant, and I don't know Steve's position of, but I never saw anything from the original gun dog vote that this was incorporated into the voted motion. So, Jim, you had something, or?
Yes, you know, I think, number one, I was responding to Brett and he was asking why. And I think the why Vince has explained. I think it is a fairness issue. I do remember that being discussed. And I also remember Steve Ralph bringing up the issue that, well, we do have a problem with directors, because I brought it up with Steve that if this were the case, I probably would not have run, because I expected that I would be in Boonville for the next 3-4 years. I could predict that, and now that's off the table. So I was one of the people that did object to the rotation scheme, only because of that issue of travel and logistics. I am sympathetic and understand where Vince is coming from, and I agree with him. So that, I guess I'm just answering what Brett is saying. Why would we do it? And I think it is just a fairness issue, and I think we should do it.
Mary Brown has unmute yourself, Mayor.
I have a question. Those that are trialers can answer. I don't trial, I'm around trialers quite a bit, but I don't know really for sure what the benefit is of earlier or later in the time frame. Is there a benefit to having the gun dog early in the month of December, November, December, versus later?
To make a comment.
Other than just the perception issue, is there an actual benefit?
Yeah, there is.
There's an answer to that, or response to it.
Okay, I live in the northeast area up on Lake Erie. And we've already had 3 snowfalls, and it's snowing out here today. And when I came back from Boonville last year, I have a video of following a snowplow throwing salt in the ground, and as we're traveling 10 miles an hour back from Boonville. Okay. So by us coming back, whatever, the 18th or 15th of December, they wanted to have it down in Boonville, and hey, what? It's a struggle. The daylight gets bad. I can tell you, my dog ran because they had running out of daylight. You lose 6 minutes a day in December, correct? You're running dogs because you've got to get the thing done while the daylight's running out. And running a dog in heavy frost in the first races. It has nothing to do with who likes what. I want to get back to the holidays. It has to do with somebody else needs to cook with bad weather coming back sometimes.
Any other comments? Jack.
The fairness issue is questionable, but the integrity of all ABCs, the first issue every year for the past 4 years on this weekend or longer is I think a priority too. I mean, this is the staple of the American Brittany Club.
But Jack, if you were running gun dog solely,
Brian, you gotta speak into something.
would you have that same opinion, Jack, if you were strictly running gun dogs? I run both. Would you have that? I don't think you would.
I believe that all these been here and the integrity now have the gun dog came down or been here and we moved up there or vice versa.
I think gun dog should be priority.
The reason we moved the gun dog down here was to appease whom?
From
We had a great time up there.
revive the numbers. The gun dog.
Not for the walking.
It was more to say because it was dying.
All right, Robin has put up a statement says, what about all age first in the odd years and gun dog first in the even years? Given that many current directors run to the current schedule.
It's a different way to say that. It's just a different way to say every year it changes.
Okay. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor that did somebody read it or write it down? I didn't write it down. Dan, did you write it down?
Well, I'm waiting to amend my motion.
Well, don't amend it. Nobody's asked to amend it yet.
Okay.
You know what?
I can tell you, I'm not crazy about rotating.
Well, you gotta get by somebody.
Come over to mine.
I run a more informal meeting.
So speaking from a show,
Yes.
No.
So speaking from the show perspective, I have been, I've heard comments from people saying if the Gun Dog National was immediately following with the show, there would be people that would stay for the Gun Dog National. Whether they actually did it or not, I have no idea. But there's been a handful, not 100, a handful of people that said if the Gun Dog National, then they would stay for a few days. I don't know if they would do it or not. I don't know if they would. That's the
Logistics.
Okay.
Wise, it would be wise if we show to the middle of the fairs and fairs and major presentations of both sides of both.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. And do we want to amend it or do we want to do it?
Well, if Robin amends it before we vote on it.
Are you amending this, Robin?
I wanted to know the running order. And so I didn't get, no one gave feedback on starting in 2022 versus this next year. Was that discussed? Except for.
So Jim Hammond put out, motion to schedule traditions in Boonville shall be odd year. Amateur, open all age, open gun dog, amateur gun dog, odd, and then even year would be amateur gun dog, open all age, amateur all age. Do we want to put that as in a amendment?
I think that looks great. So I amend my motion to match Jim Hammett.
Okay. Any more discussion?
I think it's a bad idea to rotate it every year. That's all. If they want to change it, change it.
Say that again?
I think it's a bad idea to rotate every year. If they want to change it, change it. But rotating every year, I just think it's just going to create problems.
You got to be more specific. What are you proposing an amendment to the motion?
I'm not proposing anything. I'm just saying that I don't like the idea of changing it every year.
All right, so you're just making a statement, which we appreciate.
I'm sorry, what's that?
I said you're making a statement, which we appreciate your
Correct.
statement.
Yes, I'm just saying, I don't like the idea of rotating it
Mary.
every year.
Yeah,
It's just,
consideration, you're gonna do possibly the new vice president of these events. And you must this for a year in the middle of its term, you're gonna have some controversy after. So you gotta pick your dates a little more carefully when you wanna switch this, or how you wanna switch.
Well, right now, the dates you picked for 2022, do you guys want to change that? And say, okay, you're gonna have a new person that's gonna be there for 2 years, right? Is that there?
Every year, if you do it now, you're gonna, that person's gonna be there for 1 year. They'll do it for 1 year, the way it's been, and then that's 2021. And then in 22, they'll have to change his MO.
But will the person be there?
Yes.
The person's a 2-year term, right?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
That's a good thing to talk about is what's the impact on these people that are volunteering on this every year.
Right.
And if they're running it, and they know, they're already, the all age knows Thanksgiving weekend, the next week, that's theirs. God knows the weekend after that, and the 2 weeks after that is theirs. So if you're rotating it every year, there's going to be people that aren't going to be able to do that job because
I didn't know it was that way. Somebody else has.
Well, I'm even talking in the future. It's a huge commitment to say, okay, this year I'm gonna, these two weeks, next year it's gonna be these 2 weeks. That's a different commitment. Every year it's gonna be weeks for the gun dogs, or for the all age and the gun dogs. I spread it a whole different.
okay, I agree. I mean, I agree with your discussion. So, any other discussion? Brian?
I hate to throw this in here, but Jim Hammett, what's your feeling of running open gun dog, amateur gun dog, board of directors meeting, amateur all age, and open all age? Because as I look around this room, there are more amateurs who are being affected by this board meeting, and I hate to throw that in as a secondary thing, but is a consideration.
Well, I've thought about that, but I think the other aspect of that is that you've got a lot of directors that come to the show, the National Specialty Show, and the board of directors meeting probably should follow that. I mean, that was always the issue. Now, maybe that isn't an issue now that we've said we're going to Zoom everything, and we can consider that. But until then, until that aspect, I was convinced that we had to always have the directors meeting following the show. So we can open it up to that degree if you want. I don't know. I don't see the advantages of that, but maybe I just can't. So if you advocate that, I'd like to hear the advantages of that from your perspective.
Of what?
Well, I guess from the standpoint that I'm looking at it is that we have to consider the majority of the individuals who are participating in all of our ABC mission, which is a dual mission. The show is just as important as any field event or hunt test or agility or whatever. And I'm thinking if we could somehow come up with a schedule that doesn't flip-flop, like what Jack Alexander was suggesting, that it makes it very difficult for owners of companies to just say, I got to change this year and next year I'm going to be doing something else. That's where I'm coming from. So if we could make it so that all of the participants could be affected, that would be great. When we went to Fort Smith last year, the board meeting was after, I think there was only agility or rally or something was going on, and we had very few people that showed up from the show that could support or communicate with the board their feelings. So there's no simple answer.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead.
That we are never going to please everybody because year to year to year, the mix of participants change. They all have individual things that they've got to do. And we sit here now looking at our deal. Well, we got to drive in the snow. Well, I used to drive in the snow and jackknife my trailer in November, and I live in Missouri. So it's never going to be what everybody wants. So why not just schedule the damn thing and hold it every year?
Well, it's already scheduled.
What?
They
Yeah,
want
but
to change the schedule.
back and forth on these things. And it's never going to work out. We can sit here and argue this the rest of the day.
We're not
But
gonna do the rest of the day.
next year, there's going to be different participants, and they each have their own things that they want to do. You either want
All
to.
right.
You do.
Mary, I'm asking, Joe. Joe has the floor.
On this rotating schedule, I do have a question. Our dates are locked in with AKC, correct? Oh, the grounds. Okay, so, but our dates are still locked in with, this is the gun dog, this is the all age, right?
No, you're going to have to change them because each event has its own date.
Right, that's my point. So when I go into the computer to set up my field trials, okay,
You'll have to
those
have the
dates are
dates
already
changed.
approved and in there with AKC and by ABC. So how hard is that going to be to rotate it each year? Okay.
It's a nine.
Right. But if
It's
I
not
change
a
my
bad-
date by even a day, I've got to get a hold of Connie, I've got to get a hold of everybody. Yeah, right. Okay.
All right, time out.
Okay.
Time out. Let's do final motion. So the motion would be, is the second one.
I can't hear the motion.
I would be here, all age, Michigan year would be.
I didn't hear I can't hear the motion.
Yeah, he got disconnected. Ron, can you unmute and have him say the motion into yours? Did we lose Ron again too? Okay.
Apparently they have the same cell phone provider.
Maybe. Okay. There we go.
All right. All right, for everybody that's on Zoom, I believe Robin's going to take it out, and on the bottom of your Zoom, you should have a little box that says chat. Well, a number should come up, it should turn red and come up in a second when she's done typing, and we can all read it. Is that correct, Robin?
What are you looking for? You want the motion? That
Said, you typing this in chat?
Yeah, do you need the motion as it was last stated?
Yeah, I want you to type the motion.
That's the motion that was amended.
The only thing you don't have in there, and I want to know if you have a start date, a year start date.
Oh, hold on.
You'd originally said 2022.
But that was Jim amended the motion.
All right, do you stand by that amendment?
But the way I amended that motion didn't affect your motion at all, Robin, because it
Okay.
still would have the amateur all age the first year. So it really
Okay.
wouldn't take effect in terms of the change.
Okay, so let me add that into the beginning.
Okay. Do we want to vote on this motion?
I think I have a second.
All right,
Okay, let me
I
go
will
down
read
here.
it.
Hold
The
on.
motion,
I
schedule
have to-
for nationals in Boonville shall be odd year, amateur all age, open all age, open gun dog, amateur gun dog,
No, I
even
have to-
year, amateur gun dog, open gun dog, open all age, amateur all age. Would this be starting in 2021? Would be.
So you want that?
It's not, Robin, please put in a date when this would start. All right,
Since it's starting,
I make a motion that starting in 2021, and then the same thing. Understand that? Kind
well,
of, sort of?
2021 would be an odd year, so all age would be first next year, Bernie.
What?
Okay.
So
We're gonna vote
since
on it.
2021 is an odd year, all age is
Jan?
first.
Jan, I'd like to do a roll call vote on this.
I'd like to ask a question if you're going to change it next year.
No, it will not change
next year.
because it's a odd year. 2021.
But the motion is still correct.
What'd you say?
Motion is still correct.
Yeah.
Can
Jan,
I make one little comment? Or question?
yes, go ahead, Mary.
On this motion, would it be wise to put it just as the odd year, the all age, and the even year, the gun dog, leaving to the directors, either amateur or open to start, or to, where they would put those things?
It's already stated, I mean, it's stated like that, but it started with the amateur all age.
Does it always have to do that? I mean, is that something that is always
I
the
think
best
we
way
need
to
some
go?
sort of continuity from year to year.
Jan,
Okay, I got it. That's fine.
And they wanted them back for convenience.
All right, we're gonna hold with this motion.
Jan, can I get you to,
Roll call.
roll call?
She's unmuted.
The second was Ron Colombo. Maybe I'll do it. All right, we're gonna go. Bob Flurry,
Yes.
yes. Leslie, I'm
Yes.
sorry, yeah, Leslie Hunt,
Yes.
Darlene. All right, East Central, Vince,
Yes.
Ron,
Yes.
who's the third on East Central? Oh, Jack.
No.
All right, Central, which is Bernie.
Yes. If you don't change it next year.
If you don't change it next year.
Joe.
Yes.
Okay, who's the other Central? I keep forgetting.
Burton.
Brett.
No, Burton.
Burton.
I vote no.
Okay, Midwest, Brett.
No.
Who said no?
Brett.
Brett said no? Okay. Mary, you Midwest too, aren't you?
No. Yes. No to my.
Who's the third? Who's the third Midwest too? Eddie. Okay, Mary Brown.
Yes.
Okay, Robin,
Yes.
And who's the third one out there? Jim?
Yes.
Yes, it's habit, but I haven't voted on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. All right, yes, it's habit. We're gonna break for a half hour for lunch. Probably kill each other, but, so give us a half hour. It's,
Duties of the treasurer, right, number 13. Have no idea why it's there.
Sherry. Ms. Burton looked that over to see the liability.
We had Tom Milam, who is our insurance chair, and he said he did not understand why it was there, and he recommended we cancel.
So Judy, I have a question. Under our expenses, under general expenses, it says our insurance dropped from, let's see, in 2,755 to 1,165. Is the insurance listed somewhere else? Since we're, I see where we're taking out the 750, but.
Oh, you've got there's a new one out. I see it's dated 11/18.
Okay, so I got to find the new one.
Yeah, I sent it out a couple days ago. That was kind of a key thing. We found out that he wasn't charging stuff to the right thing. Oh. Oh, yeah.
All right, do we want to put a motion together to,
Have people read the section in the policy? Because the insurance also says, it also says it's to cover all ABC field events, the Open Championship, Amateur Championship, Gun Dog Championship, the classics and the futurities. So that was the intent, and that's what's listed under the treasurer's duty. I'm just.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But there's no reason why we would offer travel
I'm not
insurance.
disputing. I want people to realize what the policy says.
For a long time, that was charged back against the events themselves. But we didn't realize at the time until we saw the policy. I think they said there was like 45 different events that could cover.
all right, let's do something with this.
Okay.
I only have this, the last email I have from you shows this document. So I don't know if are there any other changes besides that amount?
No.
Okay, so, and I have a question on the dues amount, because that seems a little high. Because it's higher than what we got this last year. And our members,
Okay,
according
so
to Jerry,
are you on the front page or are you on the cost center page?
Well, I have, let me look at both of them here. Let me look at the cost center.
All right. The reason that number is higher is we finally got everybody paying the new amount. Remember 3 years ago, we increased the dues from $40 to $50. So this is with everybody at the new rate.
Okay.
And you'll see under, for 2020, I have 1,474 full memberships. And then the member at large actually pay 50.
Yeah, but the last update from Jerry is much lower than that. So.
I'm getting my numbers from Deb. And I don't know what she's doing, but I get the report directly out of our software. And it is, the numbers coincide with what we've collected so far. So I feel pretty comfortable with these numbers.
Okay, do we want to do something on this travel?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, we need that.
Somebody needs to make a motion.
I would make a motion to discontinue the travel deductible in accident insurance in our budget?
Very Carvina seconded. Can we get an overall, just, aye vote? Everybody who's in favor of eliminating it, please say aye.
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 Anybody who's not in favor, please say nay. The ayes have it. All right, now you can keep going.
Okay. Pieces of paper. We need to go down to the cost center number 2 for membership. Well, we started with that. This is that second packet. The top page is, here, I'll give you this.
What page is it? Just 1, 2, 3.
Consolidated general.
No. Here, it's the second page of this one.
Oh.
Anybody else need one of these?
Yes.
Let me see, I got 2 here. Did we get one?
No, I have this.
Yeah.
That's this one, isn't it? Here's.
Yeah.
I got 2 of them now. Here's your.
All right, Judy, so what do you got?
All right.
So you're on page 2?
I'm on page 2. Well, are there any more questions on page 1? What's actually page 4?
So page 2.
It says cost center up at the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do you want? You got
From membership, and this is something that I proposed. I didn't hear any objections from the finance committee, but
right, you gotta take a step back. I don't see any terminology that says membership.
at the top it said number 2 cost center. It's on page 7 of that group.
Oh, it's on page 7.
Yeah.
Step 2.
Well, it's cost center number 2.
Number 7.
I got it.
Okay.
Okay, everybody on the same page?
Yes.
Okay, Deb Rudert has not had an increase in her duties in terms of compensation for as long as I can remember. She's still just doing $250 a month. And now that her husband is gone, she is putting more time into it, and we're getting reports on a timely basis. And I am suggesting that we increase her stipend to $250 a month.
I'm sorry, how much?
$250. Oh, I'm sorry, increase it to $300.
And why are we doing this?
Because she's working harder. And she's had the same compensation for many years.
Put our business in. Did she come and ask you for it?
No. Well, she did a couple years ago and she was turned down.
Mary?
I think they have not been doing a good job or whatever.
Yeah.
And there was discussion between people that her compensation should be cut as it is because she's not doing anything. If she did not approach you, I would not be in favor of this. If there's another year, so she still does a good job, then we decide to give her more money. I would go with it too.
Mary, Mary stating for you, those who couldn't hear it, that she said there was some questionable performance in years past. And as things have changed, she's recommending that if she hasn't asked for it especially, is that we wait and see her job performances following through another year or two and then make a decision. That's Mary's position. Any other discussion on the floor? Ron Colombo has his hand up. Ron, unmute.
Ever since I've talked to Deb, she has been on the spot, giving me the information as a club secretary when it comes to memberships. Anytime I've communicated with her in the last 2 years, she's been helping me out and keeping me on track.
And that's why I think she should be rewarded.
Any other discussion?
Any other discussion? Is there something we want to vote on or?
Well, it's part of the budget. I'm just bringing it to your attention. If you don't want this to happen, then you won't approve the budget and we'll go back and redo it. What we're talking about, $600.
Any discussion?
Why don't you make a motion, Mary?
No, I will.
Well, do you have any other issues concerning the budget? So this is a variance to the budget.
Yes, I just wanted it to bring to your
Do
attention.
you have any other issues, variance to the budget? Because then we'll vote on the budget.
Okay, yeah. I don't think so. The magazine budget is cost center number 3.
What page?
It's on page 8. I've tweaked some of the numbers I've left the same. Questions? I would like to remind the committee that a few years ago, and Bob could probably speak to this better than I could, when Ken Wyndham was the president, he went and bid our magazine. I think he went to 3 or 4 printers.
He bid at what?
Our magazine. He bid the printing of our magazine. And everybody came in much, much higher than Webster. And the other thing that we have to remember that Webster does more than just print the magazine. They sell out books, they take care of membership issue. I mean, they do a lot more than a printer.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and the last cost center is our yearbook publications. And Jessica let me know about the book, only I put 2000, so it's 2010. Is that what it should be? Okay, I'll fix that. And I budgeted for printing the book and I budgeted for an increase of those book sales.
Okay, so that being said, we can approve, we can vote. I need a motion to approve the budget, which would include an increase for Deb, or not approved. So I need a motion. Do we want to see, you're gonna make a motion, Brett?
Yeah, except that we approve the budget, his budget, right?
As submitted.
As it is.
Eddie? I think I'll do a quick, let me get my camera out. Starting with, Bob, Flurry?
Yes.
Okay,
Leslie?
Leslie?
Yes.
Okay, and then, who's the third down there?
Darlene.
Darlene, I just forget.
No.
Darlene, no. East Central, which would be Ron,
Yes.
Vince? Vince, wake up. And unmute yourself. So you're voting to
Yes.
accept the budget as is?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Who's the third one, East Central, Ron? Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. What's your vote? Jack. Okay, Central, Joel?
Yes.
Bernie? Bernie left the building. We'll come back to him. And Burton?
Yes.
Okay, so then Midwest, yeah. Who'd you say? Mary. Okay, and then who's with you, Mary? Ed Tilson? And Brett. Okay, and then the West Coast, which is Mary Brown. Unmute yourself, Mary.
Yes.
Okay, and then Robin,
Yes.
and then who's the third one again? Jim Hammond.
Jim.
Yes.
Did you say yes, Jim?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and then Vince. We did?
Yeah, you're waiting, Bernie.
Oh, Bernie, I'm sorry.
Yeah, what was it again? I had to let the dog out. He was doing the pee-pee dance.
So are you voting for the budget as is?
Yes.
Okay, so we only had 2 no's, and that was Darlene and Mary, so this covers, carries. All right, thank you, Judy.
One of the things, we will get the event budget to you probably around the first of the month.
And I figured, once we get those budgets and we feel comfortable with them, we'll have a Skype meeting or Zoom. We'll have a audio conference meeting on these. Okay. The next subject would be on the futurity committee report. Those people put a lot of work into running these futurities. I'm really thankful for them because I do think it contributes to new people coming in. I read Leslie's report. I don't see any issues, and they had to do a lot to reschedule these things in regards to the COVID. So I just give them a lot of credit on what they did. Any questions on that?
I have one question of the board. It's been brought, the people in the West they never make a profit. And the reason they never make a profit is because they are confined to the entry fee that we charge the rest of the country. They would like to see our entry fees increase because their costs are higher. They have more, the birds cost a lot more and goes on. I didn't think that was something that needed board approval, but I thought I should bring it to your attention just in case.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Exactly.
Are you talking about futurity entry fees or?
Yeah.
No, I thought that was in the policy.
To run, yes, yes. Oh, no. Forfeits and their nomination, that's all the same. Right. Okay, I will tell them.
Jim Hammond has a statement.
Oh, Jim was the one that asked for more money.
Yeah, it's written somewhere because I just naturally assumed we could charge the same fee that we were charging the rest of the weekend trials. And I was.
Jim, will you repeat that? I had my volume down because of Rob's computer.
Okay, yeah. I'm not sure where it's written, but it's written somewhere, and I did find it and realized that we couldn't charge the fees that we needed to charge because it is specified as to what we are supposed to charge. So wherever that is, it did prohibit us from charging enough to even come close to making a profit. So.
And that's in the back. It's in the appendix of the policy book, and we can just change that.
Okay, without a board vote?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's in the policy book, and the reason that the entry fees are supposed to be the same for each region because they're supposed to match so that all the futurities are run the same way.
Well, that's not working.
Well, if you want, I mean, it took me a lot to get our club to take that second futurity 2 years in a row, simply because it is money wise, it's just we can't make any money on it.
Well,
Now,
you don't lose any money. You don't lose any money. It's
no, I know,
ABC.
I know, we don't, but I don't like to see a loss every time we put on a futurity. I mean, if ABC wants to run it that way, that's fine, but it does make it. I mean, we're having trouble in the West trying to get clubs to put on the futurity, and I think it would help. Well, it would just help if we could have higher.
Eddie got a comment to make.
All I'm saying is the plastic is definitely, sure, in the policy book on the futurity, it may have something in there.
I can get, it is in the policy book under the guidelines of futurity event entry. These events are set by the board of directors, and then there's an appendix in the back, and it states what we just had.
Yeah, it's there, yeah.
60 gallons for the field and 40 gallons per set. So that is fine.
So Jim, my recommendation would be, if you guys want to change it, put some proposal to us, and then we can even do a phone vote on something like this. Okay, but we gotta look at what we want. What do you want it to and stuff? I don't want to start discussing that now.
Well, we just finished the central. I'll do my analysis. We'll get all that ready and you can see what's happening. And then we can make a proposal to you for the March meeting. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
You heard that, Jim? You okay with it?
Yeah, I'm not on the futurity committee, but I'm just speaking as someone who secretaried the futurity and know what it costs for us to run it. So I'm fine with that.
Very good. Okay. So my next discussion was about the overall futurities, and I think, again, the people did an admirable job working around the COVID-19 shutdowns, etc. So the next page of my book is the ABC Dog Hall of Fame Award. And I'm not sure, did we do this in executive summary?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I will ask is, I guess anybody that's on here, like Mary and Mary Jo and that, to go ahead.
Pause. Okay.
So you guys can get back on. And then, because the next one is the Hall of Fame for distinguished members. The next one I want to go through is Bob Fleury. He put together a very precise report. And Bob, any comments on it?
Now, everything is going smooth, the way the magazine's running now with the committee. And I give a lot of credit for all the work that my committee does. They pump that magazine out every month. A lot of hours are spent.
I appreciate your hard work, and we'll have further discussions on your replacement.
You need to do it before December 31st.
I know hey, ain't my fault they stuck me down here till the middle of December.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
So anyway, the following one is the non-field performance committee with Sydney Miller. She put a nice report together. I don't see any issues or anything with it. Any questions on this? Going forward in the
Hang on a second. This is under agility and gravity for Cindy Miller, correct?
Yes.
There's two things that have been.
Unmute, Ron.
Unmute, Ron.
Okay, there's two things that have been given to me for the American Brittany Club License Agility Trials and the rally. And the only one I was able to get to Brooke to be published was the one that was the agility. The rally, we had hard copies here. And I told the individual Cindy's committee, Judy Graves, that group, that I could only put this into the policy book if the board of directors would approve it. I can't just put something like this in the board of directors policy book without their approval.
So what do you?
This comes from the, yes.
Judy Graves. Voice comes.
I was just going.
Yeah. I only got involved because
So what do you want to put in the policy?
These two issues.
That the statement or word to word?
Yes, this one and this one. This is the American Brittany Club License Agility Trial and the rally.
I only got the one.
No, what, look in your book, it's in your book.
Yeah, it's in your book.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's under, it's the next one after Ron, so Ron's report.
Okay. I do have a question for Judy. Since you split the national specialty from the agility. Okay.
Page 36, yeah.
So this still is 80% that goes to the national specialty show? Because it's supposed to go to the agility at the specialty show.
where are we talking?
Rally.
Oh, rally.
It says ABC 80% to support the ABC national specialty and 20% to be retained by the regional sponsor club.
Yeah.
80-20 split.
Yeah.
So
The profit, there was the profit, 80% of the profit supports the rally event at the national.
Okay.
And then 20% stays with the club that sponsored it.
okay, because you're actually running the rally. That's separate from agility.
There's fundraising for rally, in other words.
Okay. Okay.
So, like this is rally. Yeah, I know, but yeah.
Okay, for those off-site, I don't think you have a document, this rally document. Did you send it to them or?
No,
So I would not recommend doing a motion until they have time to read this. Would you?
Do you want me to read it to them?
I would ask them what they think about it, their thoughts about it.
Have the agility.
They have the agility, and the rally is almost a mirror document.
Right.
But I'm not gonna, I gotta see what they want to do. Robin?
The rally document matches the agility document. We've just changed the word
Not
rally.
word for word, but it's close. Concept is the same.
I'm fine with voting on it.
Mary and Leslie? All right, well, we'll put a motion together. All right, somebody gotta put a motion together. I wanna do it both together. If you don't agree with both of them, vote no, and then we'll figure it out.
There's the rest of them.
Ryan, do the motion to do the participant.
I have a motion.
What's your put a motion together?
The motion that I'm bringing forward is that I will put the American Brittany Club Licensed Agility Trial and the rally information that has been presented to me from the Cindy Miller, Judy Graves, the budget group, et cetera, into the policy book.
I will second it.
Joe has seconded. I'd like to do this one instead.
Hold on, that's a lot of words for Jan to write down. Did you get all that?
It's reversed if you're hosting a summer specialty. ABC gets 20% and host club.
Yeah.
It is the summer specialty in the club. Don't ask me.
Right, we're out on your discussion right now.
And they usually don't. So it also takes on all the center as a call center and give net. Right? You will on the whole. Yep.
Dawn has reviewed this whole concept as well, and she was not. We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare propose to do something like that without her.
Any other discussion? Are you good over?
Sometimes good, sometimes not.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Unanimous.
I'll find a place for it.
We just voted both the facility and Raleigh.
Okay, the next report is the policy report with Ryan Colombo. So go ahead, Ryan.
I'm unmuted, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, real quick, like last year, the two directors suggested that the recommendation of the bylaws constitution be re-reviewed. And the committee felt that we should not monkey with going through the process of vacancy, having to monkey with our constitution bylaw because it's our constitution bylaw. So they suggested we come up with some updated information to clarify in the constitution bylaw section, which are referred to as stated for clarification only. I'm suggesting that we throw out the 1, 2, 3, 4, the bottom 4 items, because those have already been basically addressed and people are comfortable with the way that they're currently read, stated in the policy book under the Constitution bylaw. I didn't hear you.
So your computer's frozen, and I don't think anybody
Should be.
online can hear you.
Talk again, or you come.
Can you hear me now, or?
Yeah, yeah. So,
No?
No.
So on page 36, you're saying the last 4 items should be struck from this page?
try page 38.
Page, yeah, well, yeah,
He's
page.
got a goofy copy.
Yeah. It's just above the agility section.
It's, in my book, it's 36, so it's either 36 or 38.
Okay. So you're saying the last 4 items should be struck?
Yes. That's what I'm recommending.
Just a reference. It's actually the last 5 items. The annual meeting, these guys could be held at any national event. Voting, vacancies of the board of director, replacement of committee chair, or committee member, and committee vote. He's omitting those.
Yeah, I forgot that one. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
Those are, we're not considering them.
we're not considering them. We're extra. So, starting with the first one, he wants to change he wants to define what an active member is. So he says refers to a full member in ABC or a regional club. Now, Ryan, I'm going to ask you, what they can't be a regional club member unless they're an ABC member, correct?
No, they can be an associate.
Okay. And by saying active member, that means they still would have voting rights and everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
So just for clarification, associate member, an associate member of a regional club, he can vote like a full member of ABC. Right? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
No.
I was a little confused because I heard associate member.
Well, we've had issues with this.
Yeah, you have to be a full member, a life member
Full member.
of ABC or a regional full member.
I get it now.
Okay.
Okay. So what are you gonna do with this? You're gonna change this in our appendix, right?
I'm just gonna add it as it says, we'll make it like appendix 3 or something.
Okay. The next one you have is National Kennel Clubs.
Yes.
Hang on,
And that's just clarifying the 3
There's
organizations.
National Kennel Clubs, which refers to American Kennel Club, the American Field,
That's it.
and the American Amateur Field Trial Clubs.
And that should read the Amateur Field Clubs of America.
America, okay, of America,
The Amateur Field Clubs of America.
okay?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
The Canadian Kennel Club is a recognized registry, and it should be listed with these. We're not in the business of recommending a registry, but if a dog is registered in the Canadian Kennel Club, it can participate in our fraternity.
Who said that?
But the fraternity
It says National Kennel Clubs, but the Canadian is not part of the US, so it's not a national club. When you're talking about national, you're talking about the United States of America.
Well, then we left off that other thing.
What other thing?
There's another club out there. I don't know what its name is, but.
UKC.
Yeah. UKC.
That's United Kennel Club. No.
Huh?
United Kennel Club, that's not ours. That's not
No, we're not identifying ours.
No, we're identifying what we mean by, correct me if I'm wrong, we're identifying what we mean by a national kennel club. Right.
Just to clarify, what we're saying when you're clarifying in the bylaws what the phrase national kennel clubs means, correct? And it means those 3 clubs, correct?
Yes. Yes.
That's not correct, but the fraternity. And it says national kennel clubs in the fraternity stuff.
It doesn't eliminate any of the other, like Canadian or UKC or any of the other clubs. It's just talking about identifying what a national kennel club is. It's those 3 organizations, that's all.
Isn't the Canadian a national kennel club?
Not according to what I've,
United States kennel.
oh,
That
well,
would be considered
That's what they're
international kennel
clarifying
club.
this to.
The Norway kennel, and the British kennel club, all we're saying is they have to be registered by a recognized registry.
All right, so they don't use the terminology national, do they?
it's an Article 5.
No. We're trying to do this so we don't have to open up the bylaw.
Right. Article 5, Section 3, eligibility. It says, any active member of a regional club currently now, who is in good standing with such regional club, the American Brittany Club and National Kennel Clubs, and that's what we needed to define who are the national kennel clubs. That's it.
Is eligible to serve as a director.
Finish the rest. Okay. Is eligible to serve as the director. No individual shall serve concurrently as both an officer and director or hold one or more officer positions concurrently.
So here we go with Leslie Andrews, who's part of the, she's a member of our club too, but if they're in Canada, they can't hold us.
Is she a member of the ABC?
She's a member of the American Brittany Club.
Yeah, if she's a member of American Britain.
That covers, she's
She
covered.
has to be a member, Canadian has to be a member of the club.
Yes.
If someone is suspended with the Canadian Kennel Club, are we going to suspend them from the American Brittany Club? I think that's what that statement means. So if it's under any of those other kennel clubs or breed clubs, if they get suspended, is ABC going to suspend them from membership? If so, then that's where they need to be listed.
I'm losing on this. Why do we care about getting suspended?
Because if someone is
Those
suspended under
clubs-
AKC, they lose their ABC, they're suspended under ABC as well.
Right. So if someone is suspended in Canadian, we're gonna suspend them too?
If we list
We
them
wouldn't
there,
even know that.
if we list them there, yes. But we wouldn't list them there.
I don't, again, what Ron wrote, Ron read, had nothing to do with suspensions or anything.
This is a matter of eligibility to be a director.
Right.
Because you need to be a member in good standing with the American Brittany Club. And if you are suspended from any of the kennel clubs that we list there, then you would be suspended from ABC. So that's what that means when I read it.
Okay.
So if we list any other of those kennel clubs, we are opening a can of worms.
So are you recommending, Robin, that we just leave it as the national kennel clubs and just leave it as is?
No, I think what you wrote was fine.
Okay. So you're okay with it?
Yeah. I don't want to police Canadian Kennel Club issues.
Good. All right. Brian, continue.
Okay, the next area is referred to as since a year ago, we separated Mary Jo Strickland, which was executive secretary and elective secretary and a lot of other, et cetera, et cetera. And the board separated those two secretary positions. So we now have an executive secretary and we have an elective secretary. So all we did was in the bylaw constitution area was just identified what those people were under. That's all. And it's in the Constitution bylaw sections. It was just clarification.
Okay.
No changes, no nothing, just clarification.
They're not going in the barrel.
Next one's mail. Refers to mail and email.
Yep, that's just clarification also. And the same thing as telephone. That we're now teleconferencing or, yeah, it's either telephone teleconferencing or maybe that doesn't even hold water today since we're going to video conferencing.
That's what I would do too. Teleconference / video conference.
/ video conference, okay. Done. That's it.
All right.
Good.
So are you asking for a motion or are you just gonna do this?
I need a motion to accept those things before I can write to the appendix.
All right, somebody gonna make a motion? Mary has made a proposal that Ron's proposal will be accepted into the policy book, and Jack Alexander has seconded it. Any discussion?
Can I clarify just one thing? Make it not mine, it's the policy book committee. I'm just the chair.
Any? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Robin, you said aye, right? You gave me the thumbs up. All right.
That wasn't her thumb.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Karina, Joe wrote a report, but then I did get some documentation. I want to jump in here a little bit. And I don't have the documentation in front of me, but they give us a stipend fund. And then, and Mary Jo, this real, I'm hoping you're here. They also say, we'll give you extra for the hats, some of the dinners, and that amount comes to a little between $4,000 and $5,000 that they keep off to the side and then give it to us in dribble drab. They are proposing this year, we're giving it all to you right up front. You manage it. So I got to get with Joe Gower. He's going to be at the grounds tomorrow or so, and talk to him about that to make sure we're in sync. And Judy, this is going to affect just a little bit how we sub. So.
A lot of the free stuff are not run through our books at all. I have no idea.
Okay, well, we have ideas of how much it costs. So, because we've allotted so much, like for the dinner, we allot, Rita allots us and says, we'll pay you $600. They don't say, send me a bill for 2,000, I'm gonna write you a check. So we just have some logistics and some planning to do. We're still getting the same amount of money. It's just that we're gonna have to manage it.
Yeah, but we don't know how much that is.
Yes, we do. I know how much it is. No. We will discuss it, but you get a check, you gotta know.
That gives us all of the money and we pay the bills.
Right.
So we know exactly how much money it's giving us. But Marina, they pay for the reception, they pay half of the hats.
Yeah, and they're not gonna do that anymore.
Yeah, but we have no idea how much it costs.
We should. They don't.
Well, they've never told us.
Yes, they have, because Mary Jo gets involved with buying the hats.
We know the hats, yeah.
Okay. Yes, we do. People know it. So, yes, ma'am.
It has nothing to do with the money. It has to do with the logo. We use this logo a lot, national championship stuff.
Yeah.
Ads and so forth. This new logo, I don't know if it has it in digital format, but it needs to get out to national secretaries and so forth. So
That's a good point.
Joe is going to do that.
And Joe, I'll make sure that's done. I'll talk to him. That's my discussion with him tomorrow. So anyway.
Do we ever have an official statement from our officer in charge and the president thanking Purina for all of their support, just as a little positive?
Well, first of all, remember, Joe does not send any check to any national or not national, any hour stake, unless he sees a written thank you for Purina in the write-up. And Ken told me that's what he used to do. So if you're doing write-ups, that's the first thing I put in.
But can I say something about that? That is passive money. That is not, ABC doesn't have anything to do with that money. That money goes, the reason it comes through ABC is because years ago, they got tired of writing separate checks to all the championships.
I know it's pass-through money, but we have guidelines on who gets what. It's on entries and stuff, so.
But we do not report it as.
I don't, you're right.
Well, I just wanted you to know that.
Yeah, oh, sort of already knew that, but.
Seeing that we're gonna handle our own Purina money.
We already handle our own freedom.
I understand, okay, then we're gonna have for the payments. Is Ross Young contracted through Purina at a fixed rate? Or are they gonna charge us additional?
I don't know, we gotta figure that out. That's why I gotta sit down and I'm gonna talk to Gower, and I gotta talk to a little bit, Rankin has some knowledge of it and stuff. I gotta figure that out. I just got the email the other day. So we gotta figure this out. I don't think it's a horrendous, I believe, because Ross Young is gonna want the same business as he's always had, that he'll be reputable. The dinners that we serve, we control that anyway. You know, Perina used to say, hey, I'll pay after X amount. You figure what you want to serve, either, you know, meat and potatoes or stuff, so.
Ron, could I speak?
No, well, it was coordinated through Dak Rankin.
Actually, I talked to Dr. Rankin yesterday, because I did the Garmin, and him and I were just talking. And in reality, he takes care still, even though he's not.
And yes.
He takes care of that arena dinner thing. And don't hold me 100% for this, but I think actually some of that money comes out of his pocket.
It does, well.
Since they split the award.
Yeah, he agreed to that when they split the award, that he actually pays for the amateur dinner. Yeah, I mean, we haven't taken care of it. You know, we'll get on.
Giving the knowledge to Karina, because that's a big deal.
Well, again, my feeling is we give acknowledgement to Perina every time we put a write-up together.
But is there any other possible way of a thank you to them, which is more personal than just a little write-up?
What, do you want me to send them a Christmas card? I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mary.
Karina has at the events when they take pictures, that banners.
Hats.
Be displayed.
Yeah.
Some clubs do not conform to that, or they don't know, or they don't care, or whatever. And that's something that is readily handy, and you can do it at any event.
Yeah, and they send you a banner, so.
Well, you have to request the banners, I think, anymore.
I got about 20 of them in my collection.
But you got dogs.
Yeah, you got it.
Everybody need one.
If we're gonna handle that ourselves, there's a gentleman that did our.
We also give them a lot of free advertising in the magazine every month.
Our.
Bob, Bob can't hear you.
No, Bob just said that we give Karina a lot of free advertising in our magazine each month.
Oh.
Since we're gonna handle our own painting costs. There's a gentleman that did the international painting. He also did Brand Rydell's painting for him. He put it in a bid to do a painting for him. We're gonna see if it was under Ross's bid. Have this gentleman do the painting, if we can do the amateur that way.
Lawrence he does a good job, and he's pretty reasonable.
You're gonna be kind of stepping on toes.
Yeah, we're not gonna step on toes, by the way. We're not gonna,
I'm not saying.
my intention isn't to change something right now. And I'll have some discussions with Greg Blair on this, but, that's not my intention, so anyway, so.
Just to fill you in, could I say something?
Mary Jo's trying to get in.
Go ahead, Mary.
Two things. One, I have worked with Greg on the hats in the past. And, you know, he has me submit a separate invoice on those. And that has just, they've always agreed in the contract, you know, to pay half. Maybe they're going to change it, but every time they change that, that means everything the clubs get for money is going to be reduced. So when they start, if you take the paintings, the meals, the hats, and reduce all that, there's not going to be a whole lot left for the clubs. And Greg is the one to deal with on that. The other thing I would say is Ron was saying, do we ever thank them? At least all the years that I was secretary, at the end of the national championship, Steve writes a letter. He signs it as the field trial secretary. He takes pictures, he prints that out, and he thanks Purina, and we send them a book And I assume it's still being done. So yes, there is a personal thing there. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay.
Is that Ray sleeping on that bed behind you, Mary Jo?
Did he ask me something?
You're on mute, Ron.
Mary Jo, is that Ray sleeping behind you on that bed behind you?
Yes, he is. Actually, that's a blanket.
Oh, God.
But he is here and
All right. Moving right on. Mary, this is your statistics. Any,
I handed it out because what you got in the book was rather barbed up. So anybody have any questions about any of those? But you can see by somebody else's report that the Britneys are getting into more of the other items, like the tracking dog and the, all the other little things that they can do with the dog. And that's becoming very popular. Our numbers, you can look at them. Some stay kind of the same, some have huge ups and downs. Overall, what I see, I've been doing this since 5, and I just see it every time because we have losing grounds, we're losing people. And it's not that we are not trying to make membership, we're looking at that. It's just the way things are. People go in different directions. They're just going to this. They aren't staying the rest of their life like we did. Anybody have any questions about the numbers? I get this information off the AKC site, and it is if anybody wants to look at it at any point, I can let you borrow that. It's about that thick of all the things from 2019 that AKC won.
Mary, do these numbers include other breeds?
No, well, unless
In a Brittany show, in a Brittany competition, do those numbers include other breed dogs?
no, it's designated, AKC pointing breed field trials number was events on page 1. That includes just what it says.
Yeah.
But no, mine does not include other breeds.
Okay.
It's all written.
So like when we open our trial up to other breeds, and I have more German short hairs than I have Brittany's, the smaller number from the Brittany's is going to.
No, ma'am, no.
That's what I was asking.
Oh, I
Okay.
didn't interpret, okay. Your number of entries, if you've got 25 in that state, and you run 24 dogs, that's 24 dogs is the number of starters, and that goes all the way through the state. No, it does not diminish.
Because I pay reporting fee on those dogs.
And we appreciate it.
Okay, if that's okay, we'll move on. The next report is the U.S. Sportsman's Alliance liaison with Mary Jo. Since I do have her, even though she went on mute. The only thing I have about this, Mary Jo, but you're willing to interject, is your action item. It says, I urge the board of directors to continue the financial support on a continuing basis to both the U.S. Sportsman's Alliance and the NAIA, and I think we have money budgeted for those, so I'm not anticipating us not to support those things. Any other issues, Mary? Joe?
Gone.
I think she's one for a smoke. Okay. Next page. Next page, will get a little bit interesting. So these are some action items that I put together. Some of these may be redundant. So we need a better mode of communication, a direct email blast or a dedicated spot on the website to communicate with members directly. This is for me. I'm going to work with this on Steve and talk to my gal from the German Shorthair group and see if we can come up with something that can really, like Robin scares me because I just got used to Facebook in the last 6 months and she's telling me they don't even use that anymore. And I see that. So President doesn't even use it. He uses Twitter. But anyway, so we need to really, really work with our communication. Surprisingly for me even, I get very few calls. different guys come to me and says, hey, all these people told me about this problem. Nobody called me. My name and phone number is in the American Brittany Club.
And I agree. Donna won't let you take the call. I don't get a lot of calls.
Yeah, so we need to be more proactive in getting to these members. So,
Can I ask a question? How many of the directors around the table have the opportunity to communicate with your membership in your region, other than the few people that you may see at events? And
you already know that answer.
Well, I know, because I tried to communicate with the East Central people when I was on Ed's committee for the gun dog survey. I got no responses from the secretaries. I got 3 responses back from our entire membership.
Ron?
So the answer is we need
to do
some other
something.
avenue than the secretary.
Would we do it though? Would the director communicate?
Ron, for the past 2 years, I've sent out emails to every secretary in my region. And in 2 years, I have never received anything back as to anything they were concerned about, anything they wanted me to put before the board or anything else. I mean, I don't know what else you can do.
Jerry.
What if we went directly to the members?
Jerry
Okay,
had
Bob, did
that.
you say something? Oh, yeah, you already had that?
Yeah, Jerry, in her report mentions that, and I know for a fact that
Right.
trying to contact a secretary from a regional club, you might as well just yell into the wind. You're not going to get any response, because a lot of times that they change or they're not communicative. And I don't know what the answer is, but contacting your regional club secretaries is not the answer. You're not going to get anywhere.
Right. Jim?
I do think, as Robin talked about, we on the West Coast have tried to give summaries of meetings and other things directly to every club member through MailChimp, or
Right.
I think you could do it. And that's been received very well. I mean, I've gotten, I don't know, not hundreds, but I've gotten multiple people saying, this is the first time we've heard from our directors and we really appreciate it. And here's some ideas. Now, some of those ideas are crazy, but nevertheless, we've gotten responses and we've gotten quite a bit of appreciation, and it completely bypasses this whole roadblock of the secretaries of regional trials. But it seems to work really well. And there's no reason, given that we've got email addresses for just about every member in ABC, that couldn't be done in other regions. And I think for us, it's worked really well. And I may be speaking for Robin and Mary out of turn here, but I think it's certainly been received pretty well from the people that I've talked to and received emails from afterwards.
Okay. So I'm gonna pursue this going forward. Okay.
Jim, where'd you get the email database?
Yeah, I have that.
Yes. Yeah, it's available.
And that's open to anybody. You don't have to be a member.
Right.
We use that to promote events and,
Yeah.
and highlight things. But we've always maintained that, and Robin's the chair, but we've always maintained that that's not a place for discussion, because we don't want it to be like every other Facebook where everybody's complaining all the time.
Right.
Well, I did get a complaint from somebody, when were we gonna post anything for the amateur walking championship? And that's something that Ron, as chair of his little committee, I think we need to put in there. Nobody sent us updates, nobody sent us posted dogs, nobody sent us pictures, nothing. And we've been more than happy to put that out there. I wasn't there.
It wasn't on the website.
Well, the website doesn't get updated while the event is going on.
Oh, okay.
But while the event is going on, like down here, I'll go down and take pictures, post dogs every day and put it on my Facebook. I'll take pictures of the breakaway or whatever. You know, and then other people are putting their personal stuff out there, if I get permission, and then I, borrow pictures or whatever. But that's something that we have to address, and it just engagement.
Mm-hmm.
But the Facebook is not where we would disseminate to members. We just point to the Facebook. The agenda's out there. Go look at it. That's all.
Okay. Okay. Good. So the next thing on my list is the establishment of a board meeting for the primary purpose of approving budgets, specifically event budgets, sometime in the month of March. I just want to make sure nobody's opposed to that. And we will do it by Zoom and not, we'll keep improving this format, but we'll get it right.
Wait a minute, you said we were all gonna go to Hawaii on that extra money we have in the
We
budget.
do, budget, she's got that.
Yeah,
That's the-
right? 486,000, that'll cover one trip.
All right. We've all already approved that future meetings will be used with video conferencing technology. The rest going down on my first page, it has to do with, we have a lot of vacancies. And as board members, I want you to work hard on get these, especially the three vice presidents, but we have others too. Again, I'm gonna talk to Brooke. I think she'll take on the dog of the year. And we need to get going on some fundraising stuff for the trials down here. And that. Oh, and the magazine, of course, losing back. So that takes me a couple years down to
Magazine.
I got some action items. There's a need for, oh, these were yours, Ron.
Yeah, no, mine are done.
So, going forward, we're now on, the only thing we have to do that I know of is, vote on the, dog of the year and the, lifetime membership, awards for people.
We gotta get out.
Huh? Yeah, we have to go to executive session. Robin, can you diplomatically Zoom anybody that's not a
Yeah.
second?
Thank you, Ed.